Who are we missing? Me. You get it? Okay. That passes. Any gallery comments or questions regarding items on today's Hospital District Board agenda? Seeing none. 4.1, adoption of minutes, April 30th, 2026, Regional Hospital District Board draft meeting minutes. Adoption, please. Director Graham, Director Coutre. Any errors or omissions? Staff, please.
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Directors. Seeing none, call the question, please. That passes. Business arising, staff,
No business arising.
directors. Seeing none. Delegation 6.1, Beswick, Hildebrandt, Lund, CPA, RE 2025 audited financial statements. Taylor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, the floor is yours, sir.
Perfect. I'll just share my screen here. We can all start on the same page. Yeah, so this is starting on page 8 of 44 of your agenda today. But yeah, so my name is Taylor Turkington from Bestwick, Hildebrandt, Lund, and Prince George. I'm working on the audit for Peace River Regional Hospital District. I just want to say thanks to staff before we get started, just for all their help during the year. I've made it go quite smoothly. So scrolling down a few pages here, we get to the management's responsibility for the financial statements. So all this states is that while we do help to sort of guide and give some assistance in preparing the financial statements, they are the responsibility of management and the board. And so once they are approved, they are your responsibility to maintain. After that, we have the independent auditor's report. So this is essentially what we are engaged to do. It's where we give our opinion on the financial statements. So in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the Peace River Regional Hospital District as at December 31st, 2025. So all that means is a clean audit report. Nothing to really bring to your attention, a couple of little adjustments here and there, but otherwise everything went quite well. Below that, we have the responsibilities of management and those charged with governance. So again, this is just a note from us stating that the financial statements, once they are approved, will be the responsibility of the board and management. On the next page, we have the auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statements. So this just gives a snapshot of the procedures we use in performing our audit. So we identify and assess any risks in material misstatement, make sure we understand any internal controls that are relevant to the audit, make sure the accounting policies being used are appropriate, and make sure the overall presentation of the financial statements are in line with the public sector accounting standards. This will just be our signature once the statements are approved, and that brings us down to the statement of financial position, also known as the balance sheet. So total financial assets for 2025 were $133 million, down from the $162 million in 2024. That decrease is mostly due to the significant decrease in the investments during the year. And that's just because there was the sale of investments and some investments matured during 2025, which is also why the cash and cash equivalents amount went up as well. Below that, we have the financial liabilities at $62 million, up from the $53 million in 2024. And the increase is due to the significant increase in accounts payable. And that's because there are some hospital claims outstanding that hadn't been paid as at the end of 2025. All that together results in total net financial assets and accumulated surplus of $71.7 million. And of that amount, the total operating surplus is $72 million, but there is an accumulated remeasurement gain or loss. So that's just an accumulated unrealized loss that's held in the financial statements. resulting in the $71.7 million. On the next page, we have the statement of operations, also known as the income statement. So total revenues for the year were $31.8 million, up slightly from the $31 million in 2024. While the tax requisition amount went up by about a little over $1 million just due to budgeting for more taxes, the interest earned went down just due to the decrease in the amount of investments that are held during the year. Total expenses increased significantly to $69.6 million. That's due almost entirely in part to the increase in grants to healthcare facilities for all the projects that are going on. All that together results in an annual deficit or net loss of $37.8 million, resulting in the accumulated operating surplus at the end of the year of $72 million. After that, we have the statement of remeasurement gains and losses. So this is a relatively new part of the financial statements. So what this is doing is sort of keeping track of the unrealized gains and losses that are being held in the accumulated surplus, as well as any of those amounts that are recognized as a gain or loss for 2025. So you can see here there was a unrealized gain of $62,000, resulting in the new remeasurement loss of $352,000 for 2025. After that, we get to the statement of cash flows. So this is just a snapshot of where cash came from and where it was spent during the year, broken up between operating, financing, and investing activities. So there was a total decrease in cash of $25.8 million due to operations for the year, along with a decrease of $3 million for long-term debt principal repayments. However, that was against a increase in cash of $55 million, resulting in a total increase in cash of $26.8 million and $34 million of cash in hand at the end of 2025. After that, we get to the notes of the financial statements. So this just gives a little bit more information about the numbers we just discussed, as well as different significant accounting policies that are used in operations and in preparing the financial statements. So note 2, significant accounting policies. Is just a breakdown of exactly that. Just gives the information about the different significant accounting policies that are being used. So for example, cash and cash equivalents gives a breakdown stating that cash consists of monies held in a general bank and high interest savings accounts, and investments maturing in 3 months or less. Actuarial adjustments just talks about the fact that there are some actuarial adjustments that happen with the MFA long-term debt, and those are recognized in the financial statements. Revenue recognition talks about the different types of revenue that are recognized during the year, as well as how they are reported in the financial statements. And then financial instruments talks about the different types of financial assets and liabilities, as well as if they're measured at cost or fair market value. And then the related parties note just talks about the fact that the regional district is a related party of the regional hospital district, and the hospital district purchased $30,000 worth of administration work during 2025. Note 3, investments. So this is a breakdown of all the different investments that are held at the end of the year, including their maturity dates and interest rates for the ones that would pertain to. So there's a total of $36 million with Canaccord Investments, $11.4 million with MFA BC Investments, and then there's a total of $50 million in GICs with Scotiabank. Down to note 5, long-term debt. So this is just sort of showing the long-term debt that is held by the hospital district. So you can see there's just the one big loan for the new Fort St. James Hospital. And this also shows the expected amount of principal repayments in the next 5 years and thereafter. Note 6, accumulated surplus is just a breakdown of the different accumulated surplus accounts. You can see the majority is in the capital reserve fund with some in the grant reserve fund and the unrestricted surplus
Chair,
fund.
can I just ask a clarity?
Yep.
You mentioned Fort St. James. I'm assuming that's Fort St. John?
Yes, sorry. Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I didn't think we had anything to do with that hospital, but
Nope, you do not. It is Fort St. John. Sorry about that. Then below that, we get to note 8, the budget note. So this is sort of giving a reconciliation of how the balanced budget agrees to the budgeted deficit that is on the statement of operations in the main statements of the financials. And last, we have the Schedule 1, Schedule of Reserves, just again breaking down what makes up the Grant Reserve Fund and the Capital Reserve Fund. And that sort of brings me to the end. I know that's not too fun to listen to, but does anyone have any questions?
Directors, any questions? Director Leclerc, please.
Yes, Chair, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
As far as the budget goes, say for the new hospital, is the budget for the existing hospital going to be able to roll into the new one? Is there going to be a shortfall? What's your thought on that? Please and thank you.
Is this for me or is this more for staff?
I'll ask staff, please. I think it's more.
Yeah, whoever could answer that.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you,
Staff, please.
Mr. Chair, and I think I could probably shed some light on that for Director Leclerc. So as far as the new Dawson Creek Hospital, we actually have it timed with our investments to be able to pay for the hospital without borrowing. Does that answer your question? Is that what you're looking for? So the only debt that we do have right now remains with the Fort St. John Hospital.
Thank you.
Directors, any further questions? Seeing none? Well, thank you, Taylor. You can give us about 10, 15 minutes, and we'll get back to you on the regional board one also.
Sounds good.
Thank
I'll just
you.
mute all my stuff. Thank you.
Go to reports, 8.1, 2025 Peace River Regional Hospital District financial statements. There's 2 recommendations, please.
Mr. Chair,
Director Graham, please.
that the Peace River Regional Hospital District Board accept the draft 2025 Peace River Regional Hospital District financial statements effective May 14th, 2026.
Director, somebody? Director Coutre, thank you. Comments, questions? Seeing none, call the question, please. That passes. Recommendation 2, please.
That the Peace River Regional Hospital District Board approve the draft 2025 financial statements as presented as the final finance statements for the year ending December 31st, 2025, effective May 14th, 2026. Further, that the Chair and Chief Financial Officer be authorized to sign the 2025 Peace River Regional Hospital District financial statements.
Director Beach, comments? Seeing none, call the question, please. That passes. Bylaws, none. New business. Seeing none. Consent calendar, notice of motion, media questions. There's no closed session. The Regional District Hospital Board meeting for May 14th is adjourned. Go to the Regional District Board meeting, please. You got her there, Jim? All good. Call to order board meeting for May 14th, 2026. Call to order adoption of the agenda, please. Director Graham, Director Dober, call the question, please. Director Dober and Leclerc? Did you vote? Not coming up, Jim? Okay. Is that good? No, Director Dober said he voted. Good? Okay. Any gallery comments or questions regarding items on today's board meeting? Yeah. Just get your name and the item that you wish to speak to, and you have 2 minutes. And just hit the button until it turns red. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board of Directors. And good morning, the rest of you. You too. My name is Tracy Bouchard, or I'm here to speak to my subdivision proposal 26-003.
8.9, thank you.
Yep, 8.9.
It's all yours.
Okay, basically born and raised Dawson Creek. We had a farm growing up in Silver Valley, Alberta. So I spent lots of time doing that. I moved to town for a few years. In 2000, I bought 10 acres, 4 hectares, 6 miles west of Dawson Creek. And I continued on with my gardening, and I got a few cows, a few horses, some chickens. And I quickly realized that 10 acres was not enough to adequately provide agriculture, even for my family. My garden was good, but I ran out of hay. So in 2007, 140 acres, 56.3 hectares became available that was adjacent to my place, so I bought that. At that time, it was unsized, I think it's called, undersized, as the plan is 63 point, I'm not sure what year that came into place. The fields were a mess. They hadn't been worked for years, so I hired Vern Morman with a big Bristol, and he heavy plowed and tilled them, and we reseeded them, and I've maintained them since then. The house on 208 Road, there's a picture of it, was basically unlivable. A tree had fallen on it. The woman that lived there was blind. She had no support, so I started working on that place. There was an old trailer on the 231 Road on an existing place. It was 2 atcos put together with a roof over it. It was also deplorable, but a young family lived there, and they had pigs and chickens and tried their best. So I started working on that. I worked full-time in Dawson and surrounding areas the whole time. And now I'm at a point where I'm almost ready to retire, and I know that I won't have enough years left in my lifetime to agriculture on both. But I do support agriculture, and that is why I went with the 40-acre lot, 16 hectare, because then it stays within the ALR small farm.
I just hold you there for a second. Motion to extend. Director Rose and Hebert, give me a show of hands, please. Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so but after speaking with Anastasia several times via email, and Pearl at the Ministry of Transportation, and Jason at the ALR, I came up with what I thought might be acceptable. Because like I said, I do want to keep the land and agriculture, but I will not have enough time in my life to do both places. Both places are ready, set up. We've cleared all around them, both of them. They're ready to be farmed. And I like farming. I love being outside. I love being at home. So I am basically here to ask that regardless of all the bylaws and I know there's plans and stuff that all have to be followed. My intent is to keep both of these in the agriculture, get a young family in there. It's a beautiful trailer set up. In 2008, my daughter bought a trailer, set it up there. We've recently cleared 2.5, 3 acres all around the property, because there's bush and there's bears. And it's ready, though, to be farmed now. So I'm asking the board of directors to continue on with my proposal. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Adoption of minutes, 4.1, April 30th, 2026, Committee of the Whole, draft meeting minutes. Adoption, please. Director Hebert. Director Dober. Any errors or omissions? Staff, please.
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Directors. Seeing none, call the question, please. That passes. Business arising. Staff, please.
No business arising.
Directors. Seeing none. 4.2, April 30th, 2026, Regional Board Draft Meeting Minutes. Adoption. Director Graham, Director Hebert. Any errors or omissions? Staff?
None, Mr. Chair.
Directors? Seeing none, call the question, please. That passes. Business arising. Staff?
No business arising.
Directors? Seeing none. Go to delegation 6.1, Beswick, Hildebrandt, and Lund, CPA Reed, 2025 audited financial statements. Taylor Turkington. Taylor, are you still with us?
Sure am. Can you still hear me?
It's all yours.
Perfect. All right, so yeah, again, I'm Taylor Turkington from Bestwick Hildebrandt Lund, working on the audit for Peace River Regional District. Starts on page 66 of your agenda. Just again, I want to say thanks to staff, Carrie, and I guess Roxanne is not there anymore, just they made it go quite well this year again. Nothing to really bring to your attention. Everything went pretty smoothly. We'll get started again with the statements of management responsibility. So this is just again talking about the fact that while we do help in management preparing the financial statements, they are the responsibility of the board of directors and management themselves once they are approved. And then we get into the independent auditors report where we give our opinion on the financial statements. So in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the Peace River Regional District as at December 31st, 2025. So that's a clean audit report. Nothing to really bring to your attention for 2025. Responsibilities of management and those charged with governance. Again, talking about the fact that the statements are the responsibility of management and the board once they are approved and finalized for the audit. After that, we get to the auditor's responsibilities of the audit of the financial statements. So this talks about the fact that we, in performing our audit, identify and assess any risks of material misstatement, make sure we understand any internal relevant controls, make sure the accounting policies being used are appropriate, and make sure the overall presentation of the financial statements are in line with the public sector accounting standards. And then moving on to the statement of financial position, also known as the balance sheet. So total financial assets increased to 179.9 thousand from the 167,000 in 2024. That increase is mostly due to the increase in cash for the year. And that's due to just the net income for the year, as well as the sale of certain investments for 2024 or for 2025. Also, there was a slight increase in the loans receivable, and that's just because there's more loans that were incurred by member municipalities that need to be received for moving forward. Below that, we have total financial liabilities of $108.8 million, up slightly from the 107.8 in 2024. Most of the amounts are relatively the same year after year, with a slight decrease in the debt amount for the Peace River Regional District, and that's just because of long-term debt repayments in 2025. All that together results in net financial assets of $71.1 million, up from the 59.8 in 2024. Below that, we have non-financial assets, which are made up mostly of tangible capital assets, which have increased from 2024. That increase is just due to capital asset purchases that occurred in 2025. All that together results in a total accumulated surplus of $161.9 million, of which 343,000 are a accumulated remeasurement loss for 2025. After that, we get to the statement of operations and accumulated surplus, also known as the income statement. So the total revenues for 2025 stayed relatively the same at $58 million. Tax requisitions increased just due to budgeting for more taxes. However, interest income decreased due to there being less investments for 2025. Total expenses, again, stayed relatively the same at $44.3 million. Most of the amounts were pretty similar year over year, with just the only real significant decrease was in environmental services, and that's just due to a change in the accretion for asset retirement obligations. All that together results in an annual surplus of $13.6 million. And then below that, we also show the total amount of other revenues or expenses. So there was government grants for capital purchases of $4.3 million. And then there's also $4.3 million in member municipality interest received and then spent for 2025. All that together results in a total annual surplus of just over $18 million, resulting in total operating accumulated surplus of $162.2 million. After that, we have the statement of remeasurement gains and losses. Again, this is just giving a breakdown of the accumulated unrealized loss for 2025 and 2024. So you can see there was unrealized gains of about $97,000, resulting in the accumulated remeasurement loss of $343,000 for 2025. After that, we get the statement of change in net financial assets. And so this is exactly that, just gives a breakdown of what changed for the net financial assets line in the face of the statements. So you can see there was $10 million in capital asset purchases against $3.6 million in amortization for the year. All that together with the other changes in prepaids and remeasurement gains results in a total net change of $11.2 million, resulting in the $71 million shown before. After that, we come to the statement of cash flows. So this is giving a snapshot of where cash came from and where it was spent during the year. This is broken up between operating, financing, capital, and investing cash flows. So there's a total increase in cash of $21 million due to operations for the year, against a decrease in $2.1 million just due to financing and repayment of debts, as well as a $10 million decrease or spending on capital asset purchases for 2025. And there was a total increase in investments for decrease for investments of $16 million, resulting in a total change in cash and cash equivalents of $25 million, resulting in the $52 million shown on the face of the financial statements. After that, we get to the notes of the financial statements. So again, this gives a little bit more information about significant accounting policies that are being used in preparing and using the financial statements, as well as more information and disclosures about some of the numbers we just discussed. So note 2, significant accounting policies. It's just that, gives a breakdown of the different accounting policies that are being used by the regional district. So you can see cash and cash equivalents is made up of general bank, MFA, BC, and other high interest savings accounts. Number I here, asset retirement obligations. So this is just information and talking about the fact that the regional district has some capital assets that there is a obligation or a liability for when those assets are retired. And there's another note talking about this later on, but just talks about the fact that this is now a requirement and being recorded in the financial statements. Financial instruments. So this is talking about the different types of risk that are held in the financial statements. So there's the credit risk, liquidity risk, market and interest rate risk. We've deemed, along with management, that all these risks are quite low. Note NI, tangible capital assets. So this is a breakdown of all the different types of capital assets that are held in the financial statements, as well as how they're amortized over their useful lives. Revenue recognition just talks about the different how the different revenues are recognized during the year on the financial statements. And then here, standards applicable for fiscal years beginning on or after April 1st, 2026. Just talks about the fact that in the next year or so, there's a new public sector accounting standard, 1202, that's going to come into place. And that's going to affect how the financial statements look, but there's not going to be any changes to how different transactions are recorded. Note 4, cash and cash equivalents is just, again, a breakdown of actual cash and then cash equivalent amounts. Note 5, accounts receivable, just gives a breakdown of the different types of accounts receivables that are held at the end of 2025. Note 6, investments. So this is a breakdown of the different types of investments that are held at the end of 2025. You can see it's through MFA BC, Canaccord, and Scotiabank for the end of the year. Then below here, you have the total principal amounts, the maturity dates, and the interest rates for each of the different GICs. Reserve deposits is exactly that, just gives a breakdown of the different MFA debt reserve deposits for the different long-term debt amounts. Note 9, accounts payable and accrued liabilities, is a breakdown of what makes up accounts payable at the end of 2025. So you can see the majority is just general trade payables for amounts to be paid after year end. Deferred revenue is just a sort of schedule showing any amounts that were received and any amounts paid to do with deferred funding that was used in 2025. And then note 11, asset retirement obligations. So this is just showing the different types of obligations that are held by the regional district for 2025. So you can see there's a landfill obligation of a liability of $29 million. There is the well and holding pond decommissioning obligation, asbestos obligations, and end of lease requirement obligations for when each of these assets are retired. All that together results in a total balance of $31 million in liability at the end of 2025. Note 12, debt and other debt. So this is a breakdown of the long-term debt that is held by the regional district, as well as the amounts through member municipalities. You can see here down below, just gives a sort of breakdown of the interest rates and if it's for the regional district or a member municipality for 2025. Note 14, so this is reserve funds, and this is a couple pages. So this is a breakdown of all the different reserve funds that are held by the regional district. Some significant ones would be the solid waste capital reserve at $12 million. Then we go into the special purpose operating reserves, and so that total is $42 million. And then we have the operating maintenance reserve for $9 million, resulting in a total reserves of just over $90 million for 2025. Note 15, accumulated surplus. So this is just a breakdown of what makes up the accumulated surplus account. So you can see there's $90 million in reserves as shown in the note before. There's an unappropriated surplus of $14 million, and there's equity and tangible capital assets of $58 million. Note 16, government transfers, is a breakdown of operations and capital grants that were received for 2025. You can see there was 800,000 in operations and 4.3 million in capital grants received. Note 17, so this is just a breakdown of the COVID-19 reserve. So it's just the amount that's still outstanding to be spent regarding the COVID-19 funding that was received a couple of years ago. Similar to that, we have the Growing Communities Fund and the capacity funding for housing initiatives. This is just a breakdown per the funders. They want to show how much funding was received during the year, as well as how much was spent during 2025 and 2024. Note 21, the budget note. So this is a breakdown showing how the Financial Plan Bylaw 2572 has a balanced budget and how that agrees to the annual surplus per the financial statements as shown on the face of the statements earlier. Note 22, municipal pension plan. So this is in all municipal audited financial statements, just talks about the fact that the regional district and its employees contribute to the municipal pension plan and shows how much the regional district played and how much the employees contributed for 2025. Note 25, segment reporting. So this is just talking about the different segments that are shown in the financial statements. So general government, environmental services, protective services, planning and development, etc., and what makes up each of those different segments. Later on, there's a breakdown of revenues and expenses by these segments. Note 26, tangible capital assets. This is just a breakdown of the different types of capital assets that are held, as well as their total costs, including any additions and disposals for 2025, as well as any amortization for each of these capital assets during the year. And then after that, we got Schedule 1, revenue and expenses by segment. So this is a breakdown of the different types of revenues and expenses for each of the segments previously discussed. For the most part, as you can see, everything's relatively the same. Wages and payroll increased slightly, but there was a decrease in accretion for 2025. So that's where the similar expenses of $18 million agree or are similar to 2024. And that sort of brings me to the end. The rest of them in here is just our audit findings letter. It's just the letter stating that what we did as part of our audit and that we have no issues to bring to the attention of management or the board. Again, I know that's not the best to listen to, but does anyone have any questions?
Directors, any questions? Director Kukalka, please.
Thanks, Chair. My question would be, when do we have to have the Growing Communities Fund spent by?
Staff, please.
I believe it's
Yeah.
2028.
That'd be a staff.
Oh,
Taylor, do you know that off the top of your head, or are we gonna have Carrie
off the
check?
top of my head, no, I do not.
Carrie able to check?
Through the chair, I believe it is 2028. So we have a few more years.
Okay. And just one more.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just on page 6 of the report, it talks about government budgeting. We budgeted in 2025 $35,000 and spent 10. Is there a reasoning?
So what page was this?
Page 6.
6.
It's just under the government line. Expenses and schedule. Budgeted was $35,970 and we spent 10.
Okay, here we go.
35 million, sorry.
Because
we only spent 9 in 2024.
Oh, here, the general government. That would be a question for staff.
Staff. Staff, please.
Carrie, you have an operational note on that one?
Through the chair, it's just multiple different budget items, nothing in particular. A lot of that is actually Function 120. We budget for all of the gas tax PRA funding that is available, and we don't always spend it all, so that is the majority of it.
Chair, if I could just ask, that's because in 2024, the same thing, we spent 9. We spent 10 in 2025. But we have a huge difference between what we're using and what we're budgeting.
Staff, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And so that's the tricky part about 120, like Carrie said, so that's where all the gas tax PRA goes in, right? So has to show all of that going in, and then all of that doesn't always get spent annually. Like the 4 rural directors don't always spend all the PRA or all of their gas tax in that fiscal, so then it carries forward. So it honestly isn't that we budgeted this much and then spent this much. It's we received this much, and then we spent that much.
But that's PRA and gas tax, not requisition one, correct? I think that's maybe what Darrell was getting at. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, well, thank you, Taylor.
Thank you for your time.
Guess we'll see you in another year.
I guess so. Thank you.
All right, directors, we have a few minutes before our next delegation. Recommendation to vary the agenda to deal with 8.9, please. Director Dober, Director Hebert. Comments? Call the question, please. That passes. 8.9, subdivision within the ALR. Director Hebert, please.
I'll make the motion that the Regional Board approve Agricultural Land Reserve Subdivision Application Number 26-003 ALR Sub ALC ID 107230 to subdivide the subject property identified as PID 014-330-971 into 1 plus or minus 40 hectare lot, proposed Lot 1, and 1 plus or minus 16 hectare lot, proposed Lot 2, and forwarded to the Agricultural Land Commission.
Director Kukowka. Comments, questions? Director Kukowka, please.
Yeah. Just with the new zoning bylaw, will this not be captured when you guys go through that? I know you guys talked about how some of it didn't work for, like, when I talk about electoral area directors, it doesn't, one plan doesn't work for every electoral area, as there's different things that come into play. Is this going to be captured in there? Like when we talk about the difference in, of a few hectares to make it past that minimum, that's why it's being, like, reading the staff recommendation and reading the information from the background, that's why it's being turned down, because it doesn't meet that minimum requirement. It is kind of concerning when we talk about that, especially as, I mean, obviously I listen to the landowner, but there's multiple landowners out there like that. They go and they buy a parcel comes out and they buy the next one, but it could be under that size where maybe it's for their children. Maybe they're trying to bring their children back to the homeland, and I'm just wondering if it would capture that.
Okay, I'll ask that, but there was discussion and there was particular about this and a few other things about zoning, and you'll find them in the 8.2 because they have to come to the board from EDAC. Staff, did you want to add
Thank you,
something?
Mr. Chair. I'll get Ashley to shed some light on how the home site severance policy may or may not change what would be coming forward in the new regional zoning bylaw.
Thank you, through the chair to Director Krakowka. So there's a couple of things at play here, and so it's not exactly a straightforward yes or no answer for these situations. So namely, this entire area is designated within the official community plan, which sets out the long-range land use vision for an area, right? So this entire area is designated as agricultural. So the intention is for it to remain agricultural, large agricultural in nature. So in the new zoning bylaw, which sits underneath the official community plan, this property is proposed to remain agricultural, which would still have that minimum lot size of a quarter section, which is the foundational building block of ag land in the region. So the ALC has to approve our official community plans. Zoning bylaws must be consistent with the OCPs. There are other areas throughout the region designated for smaller lot creation for other residential development. Those areas are typically designated, depending on which OCP we're looking at, a mixture of settlement center, rural community, low density, medium density residential. It depends on where we're talking. So it varies across the landscape currently. There is opportunity for home site severance applications on parcels within the ALR land, but we see those becoming very few and far between, as you must have owned the land since 1972 or prior to 1972 in order to be able to do those on lands within the ALR. There is exemptions for that where there's a different type of subdivision for a relative, which is pursuant to Section 514 of the Local Government Act, but that's only applicable on parcels that are outside of the ALR. So it is quite a mixed bag, and each case is really unique. In this particular instance, the area is designated for ag and is currently zoned ag and proposed to remain zone ag moving forward.
Further questions? Director Ebert.
Yeah, and I appreciate the staff's comment because it brings clarity to a lot, but also the OCP is a good guiding document, but we're coming up to almost 15 years, and I think that one needs to be updated as well. So I really appreciate that question because that brings that into light that maybe we need to look at the OCP again. You know, it is getting out there and it is getting up. So yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for that question. It kind of brought clarity to everything as well.
Further comments or questions? Seeing none, call the question, please. That passes. Is our next delegation on? Are they ready? We've got a couple minutes before that, but or if they're already there, we'll move. Peter's one of them. Is he the only one? Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Susanna Reardon, PN, she is supposed to be joining us at 10:50, so she should be here in a couple minutes, and we'll proceed then. Our PowerPoint presentation should be ready to go in the room.
Okay, we'll just do a couple more correspondence letters, then get back to you.
Okay, we're here.
7.1, letter from South Peace Health Services Society, read letter of support request. Come on, get up there. Recommendations, please.
I'll make a recommendation to provide a letter of support, Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, please. Director Quibel. Comments? Director Hebert? Comments and questions? Director B?
I think this is an easy one for us to support.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I know that many of us were kind of having a bit of a conversation about the funding that had been cut from the Boltries House, and you know, I was wondering if, on top of a letter of support, if this would be a really good opportunity for us to advocate for the Boltries House when we're down at UBCM in September with the Minister of Health. I just know that this has been heavily utilized, especially by expecting mothers from Fort Nelson is actually one of the largest users of the Boltries House that I'm aware of. And I just think that this would be a fantastic opportunity for us to help advocate and support. You know, this was a project that took years to get off the ground in the city of Dawson Creek. And while a letter of support definitely helps, I think us all sitting at the table asking the tough questions also moves things pretty fast too.
Okay, I believe we'll be talking about UVCM meetings here somewhere in the agenda. Further comments or questions, Director Kukalka, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I also think if anybody's going to NCLJ, and I'm not sure if the PRRD had set up a meeting with Northern Health, but it's Northern Health that's made this decision to stop the funding. So I think if we have an opportunity to make sure that we're very clear with Northern Health and what it's doing for the region, it's not just for South Peace. It is for the whole region of the PRRD. And I'm flabbergasted that Northern Health thinks that they can just stop funding it. That is not coming from the ministry. It is coming from Northern Health. I think we may see movement on it anyways, and I think I fully support sending a letter of support in regards to this, but I know there is movement happening on the backside through the ministry. I've had conversations with her already when I was in Victoria. But I do believe if we're meeting with Northern Health at the NCLJ, or if another community is, I know Tumble Ridge will be, is we speak to it. We speak to it what it's for our residents of the region. It's like, I don't understand how they think they shouldn't fund that. Again, I think they're trying to, again, throw it back to see if somebody else will fund it, whether it's the city of Dawson Creek or the PRRD.
Director Dober and Director Hansen, Mayor, and myself, we have a meeting with Northern Health Churro Tuesday over the long-term care. If we can, I'll bring this up. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, call the question, letter of support, please. And that passes. Peter, are you ready to go?
Yes, we are ready to go. I'd like to introduce Susanna Reardon, who authored the study. We have our PowerPoint up. Susanna, it's over to you.
Hi, thank you very much for inviting us to come and give you an update on our findings for our report. We presented to you in 2024, and in the appreciation of time, what I'm going to do is the presentation. You have the full presentation, but I'm actually going to skip through a few of the slides, skip over them. I'll state which slide I'm going to. We'll have a bit of a discussion because I'd like to leave an opportunity for people to ask questions, because I'm sure there'll be questions at the end. So thank you very much, and I think we should start in, if that's okay. I think we'll skip directly to slide 6, please. So we're going to focus on the changes since the 2024 report. We're going to look at a couple of different elements. We're going to look at fiber to the premise, which this section is about, a bit about transport, and also about the changes that have occurred in the cellular coverage. So next slide, please. So what we did for all of the updates is we identified macro landscape changes since 2024. We used publicly available data that we had also used prior in 2024. We looked at the changes, and then we confirmed findings that we couldn't really quite understand with key stakeholders. And then in the case of fiber to the premise and cellular, we updated the connectivity dashboards. So the report is structured as a comment. There's an executive summary, which gives you a good overview of the key findings. There's more detail. And at the end, there are connectivity dashboards, which are arranged by geographical area. And so for each of you, you can go directly to your connectivity dashboard and get the status for your area. Okay, since 2024, a few things have changed, primarily, well, in the fiber to the premise landscape. There's been changes in federal policy and also in the funding environment. We'll talk a bit about those in a few minutes. There's also issues with material supply. One of the key groups that had an application affecting a good number of the communities within the PRRD, the Canadian Fiber Optics Corporation Group, actually withdrew its funding application in, I think, June or May of 2025 and joined a multi-company consortium. And the new consortium lead for the construction phase, a company called Round 2 Telecom out of Alberta, resubmitted their funding application. So that was a bit of a change. And with that change, they did change how many communities they were going to address and so on. A couple of other odd changes that have happened in the few months since we've last spoken is the fiber to the premise service providers are now starting to seek operational funds in addition to capital funding. And this is due to the rising costs of maintaining plant, travel costs, a whole bunch of other things, but none of the existing funding programs allow for operational costs. So this makes some of the smaller communities less attractive for construction. Other changes include subsidies for low-income households in underserved communities for Starlink are no longer being considered. This has to do a lot with the political change and Canada's current situation with the United States and Starlink being American. But at one point when we met in 2024, there had been plans for low-income families, especially in unserved communities that are very rural. They could have gotten subsidies for Starlink service. Unfortunately, that's no longer the case. Also, in terms of the fiber to the premise landscape, we were also hoping that for some of the very rural areas that we would see a change in the Canadian satellite industry. But at present, there is still no Canadian satellite service available to offer a residential broadband solution comparable to Starlink. There's also no clear timeline as to when a comparable domestic alternative may become available. In terms of the funding, there were a few other changes that we should bring into effect. One is the last funding intake. When we started the report was actually the end of February 2026, is now extended to June 26, 2026. At this point in time, though, all construction must be completed by March 31st, 2027 for all the contribution agreements, and we've not seen any announcements yet from either ISED or CCBC extending that date. So even if people submitted for June of 2026, the last intake, there's no way they could be completed by March 31st. That end date has to change for any work to continue. Since our last meeting, ISED went in and updated the 5010 fixed wireless access data in the national broadband map using their coverage tools. And now 47 of 88 PRRD communities are 5010 capable by this fixed wireless access when there were none in 2024. Essentially in 2024, because fixed wireless access has a number of reach issues and a number of complicating issues, all of the data for fixed wireless access was reflected as 25.5. What this means is that if a community had fixed wireless access, they could also be eligible for fiber to the home because fiber to the home had a capacity much greater than the 25.5. But now a number of the communities show 5010 in the data, and communities with 5010 are not eligible for funding. This is a major change. Both Northwestel and Canadian Fiber Optics. So there were, in 2024, there were 3 service providers that had applications either in progress or awarded. These included TELUS, Northwestel, and Canadian Fiber Optics. Now, both Northwestel and Canadian Fiber Optics were asked to, well, actually resubmitted their applications in June of 2025 for differing reasons. Canadian Fiber Optics changed their financing structure. And Northwestel were told that a number of the communities they were interested in, 101 being the largest, was already 5010 served by a fixed wireless access and therefore no longer eligible for funding. So both resubmitted, and their applications represent a fiber to the home, fiber to the premise for 28 PRRD communities. Those applications are still open, and we're still waiting to find out what the status is. They've been open since June of 2025. From what we've determined, TELUS is the only service provider that has fiber to the premise infrastructure and has been awarded funding for fiber to the premise projects. In total, TELUS has or will have fiber to the premise by the end of 2026 in 43 of 88 communities. So this is what it looks like is slide 10. So these are the communities which are recorded in the National Broadband Map as having fiber to the home or fiber to the home funded projects. So this represents the complement of communities that at the end of 2026 will definitely have fiber to the home. The interesting thing is that some of the data is incorrect. And when we spoke with TELUS, they did confirmed that some of the data was stale, like Osborne, Blueberry River First Nations, and Doig River First Nations, which was completed in summer of 2024, and still it's shown in the data as being funded, was incorrect. So some of the data was incorrect, some was stale or errored, and we went through all that. But this picture represents the status that is recorded in the data. The two notable issues I will be talking about more will be Tumbler Ridge, you'll see at the bottom there, which shows as fiber to the home. And the other one is Puskapay, the area around Puskapay. I'll talk about that in a minute. Next slide, please.
Can I ask you a quick question on,
Sure.
on your map there? I mean, this is TELUS's data, but they haven't started.
This is, yes, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they haven't started any fiber to the premise in any of these communities west of Dawson Creek. There's nothing in the ground. And if they're going to be done by the end of the year, and it's not on poles either, so.
No, I know. So we did ask them about that because we were a little skeptical. They did meet with us. They were very open. What they told us was, and I asked them very specifically about the March 31st, 2027 completion date for funding. And they told us that everything they have applied for will be completed by the end of this calendar year. They were very emphatic about that. And they said they will not be asking ISED for an extension and that this year was going to be a major construction year. Whether they deliver on that is hard to know for sure, but that's what we were told. Next slide, please. So these are the unaddressed fiber to the premise communities. So these are communities which have no fiber to the premise plan, but they may be part of an open application. And I'll talk a bit about the open applications. So as you notice, this was primarily the area that was going to be covered by Canadian fiber optics. And we'll talk a bit about that. Next slide. Slide 12, please. All right, so this is the pretty picture. This shows 2024 versus 2026. So in 2024, we had a really good news situation. About 9% of the 88 communities were underserved. Of those, the three biggest ones were Quadacha, Seke Dene, and Kelly Lake. But there were a number of small ranches as well, which we thought could be adequately addressed by satellite. And there were 13% of them that were actually fiber to the home, or at least fiber to the home in their cores. So Chetwynd is a good example like that. The downtown core was done, but the periphery had not been done. And then 78% of the communities were in fact part of an application which had received conditional approval. Since then, in 2026, the two, other than TELUS, the two remaining service providers, Northwestel and Canadian Fiber Optics, withdrew their applications, resubmitted in June of 2025, and then it looks a little bit different. First of all, as of today, there is no formal announcement of conditional approval. That these applications are unlike in 2024 when they actually were told they were conditional. They had a conditional approval and they were negotiating. The negotiations have not started. There's no conditional approvals. The applications are just open and sitting before CCBC. So what happened between now and then is that we now have about 19% of the communities which are not addressed in any sort of way. They do hold the same that were in 2024, the big ones being Quadacha, Seke, Denny, and Kelly Lake. However, it does include a few others like Tumbler Ridge, or, well, it actually doesn't include Tumbler Ridge. I'll talk about that in a minute. But it does include a few others that were excluded from funding because they're 5010 from fixed wireless access. Roughly 49% are going to be fiber to the premise by the end of this calendar year. That's the pretty picture for TELUS. The green is TELUS. And the 32% represents the communities being addressed by open applications. Next slide, please. So I do want to spend a bit of time on what we consider to be data errors. The two ones that really kind of stick in our craw are Tumbler Ridge and 101. So Tumbler Ridge is shown in the 2026 data set, which is essentially the wherewithal from which the funding is prescribed. Tumbler Ridge is shown as being fiber to the premise with TELUS. TELUS has indicated that there is no fiber to the premise in Tumbler Ridge. When we went to CCBC and we discussed with CCBC why Tumbler Ridge is excluded from funding when in fact they don't have fiber to the premise, they indicated it was in fact a fixed wireless access service provider that was precluding funding in Tumbler Ridge, but we actually believe that it is the erroneous fiber to the premise entry in the National Broadband Map database that is causing Tumbler Ridge from being eligible. We did speak with both Round 2 informally and with TELUS informally, and we did ask them that if the funding became available, would they be interested in providing fiber to the premise in Tumbler Ridge? And the answer was yes. But right now, Tumbler Ridge is not eligible for funding. So we think this is a data error and one that needs to be corrected with CCBC and ISED. The other one that is, we believe, is a data error is 101. 101, Northwest Tel it's part of Northwest Tel's current copper service set. They are the incumbent carrier. They are interested in providing service in 101. They had planned. They've done a lot of the preliminary designs. CCBC indicated that 101 was not eligible for funding due to a fixed wireless access service provider. This particular one was Vincent Communications. And we had met with Vincent Communications in 2024, and they had told us at that time that they weren't actually providing residential service in this area at all. So we believe that this too is a data error, and the incumbent service provider, Northwest Tel, is very interested in providing service there if funding is available. There's more information in about both of these in the connectivity dashboards, which could be sent forward to CCBC if need be. So any quick questions regarding fiber to the premise? I'm going to quickly change gears to transport.
No, I don't see any. No, Director Veach.
Okay.
Sorry. So
go ahead. Yes.
Just so going through your map, I just wanted to make sure I did hear correctly. So Poughkeepsie and the outside surrounding area are still eligible. Was I understanding that correctly?
Okay, so Poughkeepsie itself is ineligible. It's ineligible because it is served by hybrid fiber coax. Okay, and there's more information in the connectivity dashboards. But the periphery of Poughkeepsie is shown in the data as being a funded fiber to the premise project with TELUS. But TELUS actually confirmed they're not planning on, that is a data error. They never applied to do the periphery of Puskapay. So Puskapay is in kind of a different situation in that they're ineligible in the core, and nobody right now they show as being ineligible also in the exterior because TELUS is supposed to have been in the data providing fiber to the premise. So it's kind of not a pretty picture, but definitely one that needs to be discussed with CCBC. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so then are we understanding that as a data error as well that has not been identified? Because I know TELUS has not done anything outside of Puskapay.
I know.
And so would that not also be a data error? Like we're being
Yes.
blocked by TELUS. TELUS has done nothing,
Yes.
and now we're
Yes.
ineligible.
Correct. There's other ones as well. Hudson Hope is another one. There are multiple. I didn't call them out because they're not quite as startling as the Tumbler Ridge and 101, which I think is clearly clearly wrong. But Puskapay is another one where I do pull out in the report. You know, hybrid fiber coax is a perfectly fine technology. But if you had a choice, of course, everyone would go to fiber to the premise. And the reason being is the upstream, the connectivity from the home back to the central office is it's almost symmetrical. So you can work at home, you can do education at home and things like that. Whereas hybrid fiber coax tends to be very asymmetrical, with most of the data being pushed to the house and limited data being pushed from the house back. Having said that, all of the hybrid fiber coax groups, Rogers will be the one in Puskapay right now, they are actively pushing the fiber closer and closer to the home to create a fiber to the home environment over time. That's just the status.
So if I may make a comment, Chair. So what I'm hearing is Puskapay, Tumbler Ridge, Area D, Hudson Hope are all facing either a data error that's making it so we're not eligible, or it's just a no-go. I'm sorry,
Yes.
that's so frustrating.
Oh, and it's not only is that frustrating, our concern is this March 31st completion date is even if people come forward to address, I said there was I don't have it in front of me, the 28 communities of the 88 that are under, either with Northwest Tel or with the Round 2, the Canadian Fiber Optics Consortium. If that end date doesn't change, they don't get addressed either because there's no way to build it in the time frame. This is a funding issue. And, we can, from my perspective, and this is my personal opinion, is that they want to close off this funding application activity. They want to move on. And unfortunately, PRRD being at the end of the funding, sort of the most rural area of the province, is in a very precarious situation unless there's some hard discussions with both the province and ISID. That's my personal opinion. That is really after looking at the data.
Okay, thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to slide 14, please. We're going to talk a bit about transport and transport redundancy. We didn't actually cover this off very much in 2024, but since it looks like a number of the communities are in peril in terms of being fiber to the premise ready, it now becomes imperative to have a look at what facilities are in place. So we did do that in this report. And if we go to slide 17, there are some funded projects that are underway. There's actually only one in the PRRD. The CRTC awarded $13.8 million to Shaw, which is now Rogers, for 150 kilometers of fiber transport along Highway 29 between Chetwynd and Fort St. John. The funding was awarded in 2021. Completion was targeted for 2024. It is now targeted for completion in spring of 2027, so it's not done yet. Rogers filed a delay request and was granted the delay request with the CRTC. And that was, they were citing the issues around access to poles, BC Hydro poles, and BC Hydro's make-ready processes. And certainly from our experience with other communities in the province, this is a major issue. So although it's maddening that it's taken so long to build this line, Rogers' delay reason is actually very, very reasonable given what BC Hydro is doing. Now, any service provider going to build anything, so this is either Northwestel or Canadian Fiber Optics that is not TELUS, will have the same issues that Rogers is experiencing with the BC Hydro poles. These are joint use poles. They're owned by the telecom right away is managed by TELUS, and it just seems to be very, very slow. TELUS can get around it. The other ones can't. They actually have to pay for the poles to be ready, have a lot of times have the poles redone. So this is a major issue. The communities that this funded fiber project addresses is Atache, Bear Flat, Charlie Lake, Farrell Creek, Moberly Lake, Sawtooth First Nations, and West Moberly First Nations. But as I say, the project's not complete and we haven't seen that. One of the things I should talk about quickly is when it comes to transport is there's no way of knowing if there's any redundancy. We just know that whether there's transport available or not. Transport routes are considered to be critical infrastructure. There is no publicly available data because you can take out great swaths of the country, with the right cuts. So there's really little available other than there is a presence of transport. So a presence of transport does not mean that there's redundancy, so there's not another way out. So if there's a cut, you could still lose service, and certainly that has happened on many different occasions. Classic example is when we met with the stakeholder for Tumbler Ridge. They're on the end of a long spur, and that spur has suffered many different outages, including one from an animal. So there's no move by TELUS to actually build a redundant line just because there's no added revenue. And again, it's like so many other things. They're just doing the minimal investment at this point in time. Before I jump past transport, any questions?
No, I don't see any. Please proceed.
Okay, so we're going to change quickly to cellular coverage along highways. The short story is not much has changed. There's been one major change, though. I'd like you to go to slide 21, please. In the Pine Pass area, Rogers received $5.5 million from CCBC to fill cellular gaps along the Pine Pass area. So they received money to actually build 3 new tower sites, which they did. It shows in the database as being completed. In 2024, this route was identified as a safety concern. In slide 22, the next slide, you will see now what Rogers coverage looks like. And I wanted to just talk briefly about this. So Rogers coverage, but sort of west of Fort St. John towards Chetwynd and out the Pine Pass is now very good, or reported to be very good. This is actually Rogers reporting tool. You can go online and see it. You can scroll down in greater detail and be able to look at specific areas. You will see that the dark red represents 5G, and the sort of pinky color is 4G plus, but you can also turn another layer which shows their satellite coverage, which I'll talk in a minute. Now, when we met with the with the stakeholders, the PRD stakeholders, especially for the areas sort of west of Chetwynd towards the Pine Valley, all of the stakeholders suggested that there was no coverage, but they all had TELUS phones. So the interesting thing for me is that Rogers received public funding, but it seems that the TELUS-Rogers dispute over roaming still exists. So 911 from a TELUS phone should work no problem wherever Rogers shows really good coverage. This probably needs to be tested, and we do recommend it to be tested by, say, one of the fire departments or something like that within the PRRD to make sure that 911 does work from a TELUS phone in these Rogers coverage areas. But the other thing is that there was also a mandate that there should be roaming between the two companies, but the two for just regular calls. So if you're on a TELUS phone, you should be able to make a call and it should go through. But the two of them are actually in some sort of detailed fight over what the phone shows when you're roaming into someone else's territory. And this bitter battle has been going on for 2 or 3 years and appears not to be resolved. So this is also something that we did address with CCBC, and CCBC explained to me that this was a business issue between the two service providers and outside any sort of government persuasion. I tend to disagree with that stance, and which I did tell CCBC at the time, because Rogers did receive public funding for those 3 sites, if on the previous slide. So I'm not quite sure what the best way to go forward, but I do want to show you the TELUS coverage for the same area. Slide 23, please. You will see there is no real coverage of Rogers sort of past, sort of west of Chetwynd. There's a few little holes, but you see like Hassler Flat, you go down towards Lamore, they're through the Pine Pass, there is no coverage. So this is what makes me think this roaming issue is affecting the PRRD. So other than this particular little segment around the Pine Pass, sort of west of Chetwynd, not much else has changed within the PRRD for cellular coverage along highways. If you go to slide 24, though, one of the interesting things that has happened is satellite to mobile. This is a commercial service. Rogers does offer satellite to mobile. So this is the ability to roam onto a low Earth orbit satellite. They do that as part of their basic service. You can see you get Rogers satellite for $0 per month for up to 24 months on select plans. It's most of their plans. The interesting thing is we did talk to TELUS about this, and they will have something similar, but it is definitely worthwhile to look at this, especially in the PRRD where there's so much area that has no cellular coverage. At least you can know you can get a 911 call. Now, having said that, using the satellite and the cell phone and the satellite, you have to make it extremely easy to use for the cell phone to be able to see a satellite. The satellite has to come into orbit, so it could take up to 15 minutes for your handset to see the satellite. And if you're in say a car accident or you're inside, the best thing is, I know it sounds really weird, is to step outside to make sure that there is nothing impeding the signal and the most amount of signal can get to the satellite and back. But at least it is an option. I believe in this technology, don't get me wrong, but I am a little skeptical that this technology is being used by the cellular providers not to make it do any more expansion of their networks. And certainly for places like the PRRD, where there's vast areas of highway that aren't covered, that's a problem. Next slide, please. So in terms of recommendations, which is slide 26, we didn't have a lot of recommendations other than, there would be follow up with various different government groups, CCBC, maybe ISED. But what we do, the most important thing that we thought coming out of this report that hasn't already been actioned, there were so many recommendations in the last report, many of which have been actioned, is to do some 911 testing with the 911 center along that segment using Rogers, as well as preferably TELUS or any other service providers' phones, and just make sure that 911 does in fact work, and that this roaming fight between TELUS and Rogers does not extend to what's critical and they must do under government legislation, which is 911. Next slide is any questions?
Directors, any questions? Director Ebert?
Yeah, maybe just some clarity. You mentioned that there used to be subsidies for Starlink.
Yes.
I don't remember hearing about that, but could you clarify or expand on what that is or was?
So what that was a program specifically initiated by the provincial government to address households that would be extremely rural. All right, so these are the ones, these to address the households that likely would never get fiber to the home. I'm thinking like some of those ranches, you know, it's very small. It's a long way to build just to get to them, and that these would always be satellite served. So what they did is they offered they were in the process in 2024 of offering essentially a way to subsidize the $100 a month that Starlink charges. And this would be done through essentially the low income process that you do through the CRTC for subsidies for like fiber to the home or any sort of internet service. You would get the same for Starlink, but it was a provincial program, and it just got squelched as essentially Starlink is American, and that's not a good thing in this particular climate.
So just one follow-up then.
Yes.
How did anybody actually apply for the subsidy or get it? Like, was it successful at all, or was it kibosh before it even got started?
My understanding, because when we left the project, it was September 2024, and it was to be launched in early 2025. So we never saw it launched, and I suspect, but I can't answer this for sure, is it probably got kiboshed right out of the gate as soon as like early 2025 due to the political pressures from the US. But I'm not aware of anyone getting the subsidy. And Peter, are you aware of anyone getting the subsidy?
No, I think the program died in its infancy. It died before it actually got launched. It was on the books. Ian Hobbs, our friend Ian Hobbs at CCBC, was working hard on it, but political pressure, and it got squashed.
Okay, thank you.
Directors, further questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. It was a very interesting project. I just wish we had better news to bring to you this time around. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Take care.
All right. 6.3, YMCA Refoundry Fort St. John Project, Ascension St. Marie. If you want to come forward and introduce your team, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ascension Santa Maria. I'm the Community Development and Project Lead for Foundry Fort St. John.
Good morning, Amanda Alexander.
You have to, sorry.
Thank you. Amanda Alexander, thank you for having us again. I'm the Chief Health Equity and Operating Officer for YMCA BC.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for having us. I'm Melissa Kyle. I'm the Director of Community Programs with YMCA BC for Northern BC.
Thanks again for welcoming us back. And we're here to do a little presentation and to answer some of the questions that you had from the previous presentation. And I'd like to start off if you could play. Oh, thank you. sort of figuring that out. Thank you. We'd like to start off by acknowledging that we're on the traditional territory of the Deneza of Treaty 8, and I'm very grateful to be here. I am a visitor since 2012 and have stayed since. And so just being thankful for this beautiful weather and this beautiful place that we call home.
So just as a reminder, Foundry Fort St. John is an initiative that's working to transform access to care for youth and their families across the spectrum, from milder to moderate needs to ultra-high risk and ultra-high complexity, young people 12 to 24. It's part of a provincial initiative, and this will be the first Foundry to launch here in the Peace. The model behind Foundry does not involve any wait lists for almost all services. There's no complicated referral process. Young people and families will be able to find their way there or find their way there with their supports, and looking to support young people before issues get really big and have lasting impacts. And the secret sauce of Foundry is that the services are integrated youth services. So you'll see in that diagram there, integrated services addressing mental health, physical and sexual health, peer support, substance use, and work, education, and community services. So some of the benefits, tackling society's big challenges. So supporting youth mental wellness, knowing that young people need that support and the tools to develop into the healthy, successful adults that we want to see them develop into. Addressing substance use before it becomes entrenched. We know that we're in the midst of a toxic drug crisis. Substance use has greater risks and different risks than it did for some of us when we were younger and growing up. And we want to ease pressure on primary care services. So reduce the number of people who show up at emergency services by addressing needs earlier. And also supporting those young people with wraparound skills and employment training to then become, productive working members of our community, and helping them reach their full potential and take control of the life that they want to have. Geographical reach. So Foundry Fort St. John is going to be primarily providing services to Fort St. John and the immediate surrounding area. Any young person 12 to 24 or their family members who are BC residents can access services at Foundry Fort St. John, but the physical location and primary service delivery will be in Fort St. John. We anticipate, as this will be the first Foundry in the Peace region, that young people and families will travel from surrounding communities to access services. The YMCA has had the privilege of operating Foundry Prince George since 2017, and we've regularly seen young people from surrounding areas that don't have a Foundry, that have unmet needs, traveling into Prince George to access services there. And we have a high number of young people from Quesnel, Mackenzie, Vanderhoof, McBride area who come into Prince George to access services periodically. And so we anticipate that will be the same for Foundry Fort St. John. So we're in development. We have not yet opened. We had this lovely quote that we wanted to share about the impact Foundry Fort St. John is having right now. She says, while Foundry Fort St. John's doors aren't open yet, is already at the heart of the North Peace, hosting and supporting community events and holding a steady space for youth and families to heal, connect, and stand together through every challenge. So this is a member of our family advisory group, and really lauded some of the work that Foundry's been able to do in the absence of a physical space and full implementation of the model.
I'd like to share some of the initiatives, activities that we've been having in the community. So here are some of the photos that we can share with you. We've been engaged with several First Nations and have been in constant communication and just having a steady presence in their communities. The next slide shows several of the public events that Fort St. John has hosted, the Bright Nights in June, World Fair, and the Pride Day. Just some of the events that we have had presence, and we look forward to a lot of these public events in the summer. And we wanted to share as well this quote from Shell Canada. They shared with us financial contribution in January to help with the suicide prevention trainings. They've mentioned that they deeply appreciate the care, coordination, and leadership that went into delivering the ASSIST, Safe Talk, and Safe Talk training for trainers led by Foundry Fort St. John. And it's clear that this initiative has already strengthened the safety net within the community and laid the foundation for continued impact in the months ahead. And we're very grateful for that contribution that has helped us roll out several of the suicide prevention trainings. Here are some photos that we can share with you. The one at the bottom is the ASSIST training that we hosted in February. This is a 2-day suicide prevention gatekeeper training where we saw 30 participants. And we also hosted in March 7 and 8 a Safe Talk training where we saw 20 community members go through that training. And the top right photo that you see there is from the Safe Talk training for trainers where it was conducted in March, and we now have 8 local trainers or facilitators in Fort St. John. And we would also like to share with you that we have a very active youth and family advisory committee, and they're critical partners with Foundry. They're very well informed. They're always consulted, involved. They collaborate on decisions and service approaches, and they have lived experience, which is very invaluable to how we approach the Foundry Fort St. John model in our community. And the Youth Advisory Committee started in November 2025, and we currently have 10 active members that attend the regular monthly meetings and participate in volunteer opportunities. We also have 12 very active members in the Family Advisory Committee, which we started in October of 2025. And both committees are currently focused on deepening their understanding of the Foundry model while actively being consulted and, as I've mentioned earlier, volunteer on a regular basis on youth and family-oriented activities in our community. Another slide that we wanted to share with you is we started hosting monthly youth and family-oriented activities for free in our community. The lower portion photo is from Amazing Escapes, which we hosted last year, where we saw about 30 family members participate. We also hosted a free bowling activity in March where we saw about 70 family members come together, spend time together, and just have fun for a couple of hours. And the last one that we hosted was an archery activity last month where we saw 30 young people participate. So it's been really nice to see young people and families being together in one space and spending time together and just giving them opportunities for connection. And in March, we also started hosting in participation, in partnership with the Fort St. John Library, a regular hangout, which we would host every third Fridays of the month from 5 to 7 in the evening. And there's digital games, there's arts and crafts, and starting this Friday, we will be having regular local artists share with us their talent and time and facilitate a workshop for young people. And since we've hosted this twice, we've been seeing a steady stream of at least 30 kids every time.
So we're in development and very busy. In progress, we're just confirming our site and working on partnership development and development of the service model. We finalized a case for support and have an active fundraising campaign and fundraising committee established. And as Ascension had shared, we're helping coordinate a response to some community crises with some immediate supports and investing in the community to build capacity around, instead of bringing in trainers from outside, how can we invest in local people to be able to deliver those trainings more regularly and more cost effectively to the community. We are just working out a detailed cost estimate for our capital campaign, and we'll touch base on that a little bit later in the presentation. So our next steps are securing lead gifts for the capital campaign and working on our site announcement. We've shared this slide previously, and so I won't go into a lot of detail, but we've established local staff to lead work in the community and are really focused on engagement with existing service providers and community members and First Nations to make sure that Foundry is inclusive of everyone and able to serve diverse populations. We have an active steering committee, and we've been doing lots of work to understand what the needs truly are, where the gaps are, where we can come in and try to help fill those gaps and prop up with some additional supports. We have co-designed a plan, which we'll share later in the presentation, of what the physical space at Foundry, what that layout will look like. As Ascension mentioned, we have youth and family advisory committees and working on continued extensive community engagement to be present in the community.
I wanted to share very briefly, we've showed a slide about this last time, but this is our 65,000 square feet space. We will have a common zone, a group zone, clinical zone, counseling zone, and something very unique in this space that I can share with you is that we will have a multipurpose room as a hangout space for young people. This is a very common thread that we've been hearing since we started our engagement with the community last year, because we don't have a hangout space for young people in Fort St. John. So we will have that space, and we're very excited about this community designed space. And I wanted to show you on this slide as well where the location will be. It's very much walkable from the main bus depot, about 2 blocks away from the cultural center, and it's on 100th Avenue, just for perspective of where the location will be.
I know we had a question last time that I just wanted to, that may be overt or not, but just to emphasize, just or to clarify that this is new construction. It's not, we will be, as part of the new construction, we'll be doing a tenant improvement to the ground portion of the particular building, but just to confirm, knowing that there was a question outstanding around that it is new construction. So right now, what we are hoping for is confirmation of the funding with our partner, from our partner's perspective. We're waiting on them to have that solidified with BC Housing. The hope is that the groundbreaking would happen later on this year, as we would be able to do the announcement of the project once that funding confirmation has gone through with BC Housing, and moving forward to a grand opening into the late 2027, 2028. So we know there were some keen questions around the financial model and digging in deeper into that. And so to share with you some more specifics on that, we have $1.5 million that comes from the provincial Ministry of Health. There was a question before around the Ministry of Addictions and what kind of supports. That is folded under the Ministry of Health, so that 1.5 is coming inclusive of. We also have from the federal government $400,000, those federal mental health funds, for furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So in some references, we will include that in figures. So it's either 3.1 or 3.5, depending on if we include the FF&E in that space. But we know, again, there was a question as to what were the feds doing to support this project, and so really wanted to be explicit and name that. In terms of our ongoing operating funding, once we are up and running, so currently we receive a smaller envelope of operating funding to do the work that we're doing that Ascension has talked about in terms of community engagement, the work that we're doing with you today, the soft capital development costs and so on. But when the doors are open, we will receive $1 million of annual operating funding from the Ministry of Health. We also have staffing contributions through partnership agreements, including the Ministry of Children and Family Development. Again, I know that was noted as well in Northern Health. in a coming slide, we'll speak to that partnership, those partnerships and how that actually makes a financial contribution into the operating model. So community giving has been amazing so far. We're just thrilled about the work that we've been able to do. We have a 7-person volunteer fundraising committee. And so far, we have $100,000 from the Fort St. John Firefighters Charitable Society, $25,000 from each of the Rotary Club of Fort St. John and the Sunrise Rotary Club of Fort St. John, and $50,000 in progress from an energy company, and more that we're hopeful that we can bring to fruition. So I mentioned partnership development. So this is an interesting nuance around the operating model for Foundry. So essentially, we receive a pocket of funds from to operate from the Ministry of Health through Foundry Central. And that is to fill the gaps through other services that are contributed. So for example, in the model, it might look like Northern Health contributes folks who are specialized in substance use. It also might include contributions from the Ministry of Children and Family Development around staff who have expertise in mental health. We then take our operating funding and then augment what those gaps are. And so that might look like, often can, an office manager for the site, clinicians, space that we haven't necessarily been able to fill. It could be a nurse practitioner. It looks different community to community because what other community providers, other service providers can contribute will look different. But the partnership development is it provides a breadth of services that are all co-located, but it also really impacts our financial model positively, and that's what organizations are giving year after year that help support those robust and fulsome services at Foundry. We are undergoing those conversations currently and are making really good progress in securing those partnership contributions. So this slide tells you a little bit about our fundraising and how we're going about doing that, which is through naming opportunities in each of the individual sites. And so you can see some of those that have had traction thus far, and it really gives a great opportunity in our experience to really bring in local organizations and that have an opportunity to showcase their support for the Foundry Center. So project estimates. So this is a very recent and draft estimate of what the work will look like in order to construct the Foundry Fort St. John within this larger building that we're in partnership with. And so just to note a few things that may be a little less self-explanatory is in the category of general, it speaks to general contractor site setup, staging cleanup, and site supervision. Fire suppression is around the fireproofing. We are not including, given sort of the limitations of our budget, the computer-controlled thermostats labeled as integrated automation, and the communications refers to data wiring. So this shows you a total of a $3.1 million total that will be paid to our partner, which then in turn pays to the contractor. The $45K refers to the municipal fees or DCCs that at this point we understand will not be waived, although the city has donated the land to the larger partner. We just wanted to note, and then the GST as a charity and not-for-profit, we're able to claim back 50% of that GST, which brings those total estimates down, or a total estimate at this point down to a $3.1 million investment. So we want to thank you for your interest and your support that you have shown to date in this really important work that we're doing. We really feel and value that support that you've given us, and really appreciate the opportunity to come back and share with you some of the details that you are really interested in. And we're happy to take any questions that you might have.
Directors, any questions, comments?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation and all that you're going to do for the regional district. Just a question, getting back to your events that you hold with the youth. Have you approached the Lido Theatre at all? Is there anything planned?
Are you referring, Jim, to the current initiative happening at the Lido with the 4U youth? Yes, we've spoken with them. We are not planning to partner directly with them. We've spoken about the focus that they're doing. I actually went to one of their gatherings recently. It serves a very different demographic. Like, if I were a youth, I wouldn't hang out in a space similar to that because there's a band playing. It's just a little louder. That's one of the reasons why it gave us an inspiration to accept the offer of the library to host a hangout space, because this one is a little quieter and a smaller group, like 30 people, 30 young people. The Lido one has 100, 150 at a time. But we've been in communication. We're, in fact, committed to providing some snacks for them at their next event in May 22nd. But we're not going to be doing anything directly with their programming.
Very good. Good answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Directors, Director Kukalka, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you very much for coming back in. I'll say Foundry has been doing nothing but amazing work, obviously in Fort St. John, but in Tumbler Ridge as well. To see our youth and our children engaged, you know, whether that's at the library, room 4 and 5, or at the gym at the elementary school. I mean, and the things that Foundry offers, I mean, you talk about some of it within your slide presentation, but it's more than that. I just returned from Vancouver to the BC Leadership Dinner and then the BC Leadership Breakfast. And Foundry was talked about there not only by myself as the mayor, but the premier, the interim opposition leader for the Conservative Party, but also they had a guest speaker come in, and he's from the East, Newfoundland, I believe he's from, and he talked about what Foundry did in Newfoundland when he got into a car accident. So Foundry's a big thing and stuff like that. So I think, you know, and it's further later in our agenda about maybe supporting Foundry. But for the board, I just, you know, as we get one in Fort St. John, I mean, that definitely supports a large population base in the region, but also the outlining areas with more that can actually come out of Foundry. When there's a presentation made in Tumbler Ridge, we actually started talking about satellite and stuff like that, and that process is already starting to come on with Foundry. Outside other areas, they're trying it down, I believe it's Kamloops to Kelowna. I can't remember where it was, but so there is other options for some of the smaller municipalities when you talk about whether that's Taylor or Chatwin. And if Dawson Creek was to get a full one, that could be Pouce Coupe, could be satellite, at Tumbler Ridge could look at that. I'll be honest, what we see in our community with Foundry, it's a no-brainer whether this, us as regional districts should be supporting this for our community. I mean, I'll speak to it more later, but to me, it is honestly no-brainer in my eyes. Watching the children of our community and just seeing it firsthand, what it does to kids and youth that are going through a trying time. What it means to those children and youth when it's drop-in basketball, drop-in games, and you talked about it. I've seen your pictures there, and it's huge. I can't speak enough about Foundry, and I don't think it was something I heard about until you came here the first time, and then obviously seeing it in Tumbler. But then when you go to Vancouver and you hear about the people talking about it down there, and it's very well known down there. So I commend you for coming into the north and making them, you know, the first location in Fort St. John, with hopefully more to come, and seeing that the government's actually supporting it as well, whether that's some, you know, one-time building cost, but also the overhead running cost of operation, which is operational funding is always the hardest one to get. If you ever have concerns when it comes to operational funding with Northern Health, please reach out to the regional district staff, because I see they'll come forward and do this and then eventually try to whittle you away. I hope that does not happen with Foundry. But if you hear of anything in the wind, I would reach out to the regional staff immediately. So we've seen it with the Boltry House, is why I say that.
Directors, further comments, questions? Director Coutre, please.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It's great when youth is involved. One of the things that you mentioned at the beginning was the numbers of visits to the ER, to prevention of suicide in the youth. How do we track that? Do we track that on a national or provincial or regional? Because I would be interested in knowing exactly what I know Mayor Kalkalka or Director Kalkalka knows about Foundry, and maybe we get stats from other areas. But for this region, northern regions, not only in BC, throughout Canada, right, where the north is in particular a high rate of suicide. So how are we going to track that, or can we track that? I believe we can, because all the stats go into data health base, right?
I can try to respond to that one. So I don't know that Foundry would collect that data directly. Foundry has very robust evaluation around young people coming in, what their circumstances are, measures their change over time. That's really well documented. I think the advantage of Foundry being funded primarily from Ministry of Health is that they're able to put the data that they collect to receive the data that Foundry collects as part of our funding agreement with them, and then match up where they're seeing those changes. I know anecdotally, Foundry has taken pressure off some other services. I know child and youth mental health is often talked about as being a service that's really critical, but that also carries a really long wait list. Young people can languish on that wait list for a long time, and so there is some evaluation of, how Foundry takes pressure off of that wait list by providing more immediate services, whether that means the young person needs to stay on that wait list and eventually get services from child and youth mental health, or whether maybe they can manage on their own with the support that Foundry or other community agencies can offer. We don't hold all of that, but Foundry would provide that really important piece of the puzzle. And then at the Ministry of Health level that has access to all of that data, some understanding of where Foundry is showing up, where the pressure points are, and what might be eased.
Just one follow-up, just comment on the numbers. I know when we deal with people, we tend to kind of stray that we're not a number, right? And that's what I'm referring to in that sense. But as for funding and everything that goes along with it, they seem to go to the numbers. They seem to go to the stats and how we're preventing this and that. So that's why my question is, we need to know not exact, but, a percentage of what we're doing is correct and we're doing the proper thing. So this is why I asked the question, not the question of are we numbers, but people do look at that are far away from us, that say that they are the funders. So we need to be able to at least have a sense, and for the board here too, we need to know how are we doing as funders and potential funders and as a region.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Foundry Central has done an amazing job is actually measurement. And they understand that that's the language that government speaks. And so that's, as Melissa was talking about, why they've really built in systems to better tell the story, not just about the qualitative data, but the quantitative data. And they have been, in my experience, the most robust of any particular program in this space that they can tell their story well. So, and they're, tremendously networked into the Ministry of Health and other ministries to be able to gather their data. So when you're talking about suicide rate and mental health wait lists, they can gather that data as well to cross-reference. So like you said, it doesn't speak to sort of the personal impact, but at the end of the day, it's a necessary piece of being able to substantiate current funding and be able to build in, future opportunities, which is certainly what we're an advocate for this region.
Thank you.
Directors, further questions, comments? Director Rose, please.
Yeah, just one quick question. So who's Foundry accountable to? Who does the oversight on it? What would a flow chart from top to bottom look like?
So YMCA BC is leading development of Foundry Fort St. John. Foundry centers are all led by different lead agencies across the province. And so as operators, we have that level of accountability for our individual center. There is a provincial backbone organization called the Foundry Central Office. It is an arm of Providence Health, and their funding comes from Ministry of Health. And so the reporting and general oversight goes back to that ministry. So there are layers kind of accountability. We report into Foundry Central. Foundry Central reports into the various funders that supports Foundry Centers across BC. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, in a way, I guess Still not that clear to me. I'm kind of curious then, we've got all these different layers, who funds them? Is it top down or bottom up? What portion of your funding goes to support the folks that are kind of watching you?
None of our funding flows up. Our funding flows down. If you were to say, you know, it depends, I guess, how you would. So our government funding flows down. So all of that is distributed, is provided to the organization to be able to deliver services, and we're accountable to those, to our provincial funding. We have a contract that specifies the things that we must do in order to be accountable, and we have reporting mechanisms, both financial and data, and qualitative, that we're required to provide. Where I started to second guess my answer to you was sort of where it flows up. And I think that would speak to sort of the organizations that contribute to us, particularly in the capital space, or as partner when you provide partner contributions. And so that becomes part of that Foundry model where you have a voice in terms of saying, we heard one story in Prince George when we were developing about the importance to culture, and culture is part of the healing, and so the spiritual and cultural room became part of that. So we became kind of accountable to that youth member who was giving us that information about how important that was in that engagement. You know, no different than Canadian Tire, who contributed to the space, and as a result, what they had heard as being part of organizations and community groups that are inputting into the room. There's an accountability that way when you give money and time and talent towards supporting the organization. So there is a way in which definitely things flow up. It's certainly the accountability with, we talked about our youth and family advisors, and the community engagement is huge because we're accountable to ensure that we're actually meeting the needs of the community. And those are the folks that we're serving. And so this is part of this work to better understand how we meet this very specific community needs as explained, as shared by those community members.
I would just add as well that Backbone organization, and Amanda will remember when we were launching Foundry Prince George, we really saw it was a funding opportunity, and they were a funder, and we would move into, you know, a funder-fundee relationship with that Foundry Central office. Instead, it's really evolved to be a meaningful partner to every Foundry across the province. So they have the ability to like lead research, lead training, pursue funding that agencies operating Foundry centers wouldn't be able to do on the same scale on their own. And so they've really come alongside. When Chetwynd's experiencing Foundry, that's the Foundry Provincial Office, the central office that's serving there now. They're also the folks that run the Foundry virtual services that are open to any young person in BC. That's an initiative led directly by them, like through Providence Health. And so it really supports all of the Foundries to be better than they would be on their own, to have access to better data, to pursue other opportunities. Speaking to the satellite expansion that's happened, you know, there's a Foundry in Williams Lake called Foundry Caribou Chilcotin, and they have recently received additional funding to serve 100 Mile House, which is a community that probably won't ever get its own Foundry center, fairly like smaller population and proximity-wise to Williams Lake. It makes sense for them to be doing that. And that funding was really brokered by Foundry Central, and that support of that satellite model is there as well. And so that's a key piece about kind of how the model works. Even though it is multi-layered, it's very effective.
Directors, further questions? Seeing none, well, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate your time.
Okay, before we break for lunch, motion to vary the agenda. Director Hebert, Director Veach. To go into close right after lunch. It's not coming up.
You have to make the motion to go into close. It can't just say there in the agenda to go into close.
Won't let me submit.
Me neither. Ah, there we go. Who have you heard him? But he said he was a yes. He was a yes? Yeah. He just wanted to go talk to those people.
That passes. 18.1, recommendation. Notice of closed board meeting, that the regional board recess to a closed meeting at 1 p.m. for the purpose of discussing the following items. Agenda items 3.1, minutes, CC section 97, 1B, closed minutes, access to records, 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, Old Fort, CC 91G, litigation or potential litigation, and 7.2, CC section CC 91JI, legal advice. Director Hebert, Director Dober, comments? Call the question. That passes. Recess for lunch. When we come back, go straight into closed. I believe we're on 7.2. Letter from Clearview School re-salvage permission. Director Graham, please.
Receive for discussion?
Director Graham, Director Kukalka, call the question, please.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not up. There we go.
Yeah.
I'm in the 28th, not 14th.
Wave your hand, Danny. Thanks. Director Graham, please.
Thank you. Just before my recommendation, I just wanted to clarify with staff that this is doable and not like cost, I guess, staff or the landfill operators a bunch of money to make this happen.
Staff, please. Excuse me.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we can make it work. I mean, obviously, there's a bit of time involved, but we don't think it's considerable beyond the point where this is unreasonable.
So no concern from the staff side of things? Okay. So then I'd like to make a recommendation that the Peace River Regional District Board of Directors approve the request from the Clearview Elementary/Junior Secondary School and provide written permission to salvage bicycles and frames from the metal recycling pile at the North Peace Regional Landfill for a period of 10 years with an option to renew.
Director Kukalka, comments, questions? Seeing none, call the question, please. Director LeClaire? Yeah, throw your hand up. Thanks. 7.2 or 7.3, letter from Northwest Tel, request for funding support.
Mr. Chair.
Director Graham?
Receive for discussion again.
Director Kukalka, call the question. Passes. Okay, before we get into it, there's, staff has helped me, or didn't help me. They wrote up a couple recommendations, because there's really two questions here after hearing from the delegation this morning on connectivity. As far as financial support, we really aren't budgeted for this sort of thing. Am I correct, staff? Or we do have some that we could use staff?
Through Mr. Chair, we're not budgeted for this specifically, but I do believe there is an opportunity to utilize up to around $10,000 in the budget to do some work if the board so chose to do that.
And that's through utilizing staff?
Well, I mean,
Mainly.
we could do it in-house or we could do it external, but we have
Okay.
around $10,000.
And we're talking about the 101. Sorry, I should have said that, the 101.
That's correct, for ground truthing the 101 area.
Thank you.
I mean, I do believe that we did identify through our previous work, 101 and Tumblr as areas of concern for connectivity within the region. This is in addition to that work, and there's around $10,000 within the budget that could be, if the board chose, to be utilized.
Further comments, questions?
Chair, if I could?
Yes, please, Director Clivo, please. Sorry, Travis.
Yeah, so we're speaking specifically about doing some ground truthing to chase the fixed wireless access levels assessment under the universal service objective, because I have some concerns about that as well. It's been proven to be wildly incorrect a great many times in the past, especially if it has a bearing on the funding. So.
And I think the second recommendation that staff has given me kind of addresses that. Am I correct?
Okay.
Staff?
Through Mr. Chair, I do not know what you have in front of you. However, if you like, we could get,
No, I didn't write.
we could get Trevor to actually talk about what the opportunities for ground truthing would be.
Perfect. That should address my question. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, at this point, I think we would look to submit or file a dispute with ISED, submitting collected data that we would have on 5010 availability in these key areas. So 101, Tumbler Ridge has also come up as a secondary primary spot. So again, we would likely end up working with consultants to help us, again, ground truth so that we have solid data to submit to correct the ISED connectivity maps.
Okay, then a question back to staff. The two recommendations that you wrote up for me only mentioned 101. Is that your intent? Staff, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the correspondence item is in regards to 101. If the board chose to do something in addition
Different?
to, then
Okay,
they could add
thank
it.
you. I just want to understand the recommendations before I read them. Further comments or questions? Director Rose, please.
So according to what we heard today, they said there was 33 some odd communities that now are deemed to be within the 5010 area and not eligible for funding anymore out of the 40 some that were there before. So are we going to do them all? Is this the game we're getting back into? And we certainly don't have budgeting for that.
No, and as what staff just said, we're trying to respond to the letter from Northwest Dell, which is just 101.
Generally, we don't support business this way or competitors over anybody else.
Staff comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Director Rose and the board, my only comment would be, is there was legislative changes a few years ago around supporting, not supporting business as we work through this process on connectivity, so this would not be considered assisting business if that was the direction that you were going.
Director Krauka, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just one clarification. My understanding was 10,000 and we could do both communities. I thought I heard.
Staff, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll get Trevor to confirm if he felt he could do both communities for $10,000.
Staff, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, we believe so.
Director Rose.
So where is the funding coming from?
Staff, please.
Through Mr. Chair, the connectivity budget,
Connectivity.
Regional?
it's regional.
Yes. Director Graham.
Thanks. Without knowing what the recommendation is, I just got a question though. Like, it looks like they're requesting a lot more money than $10,000. Like, right? But is our recommendation to try and do something before that decision is made?
Well, we don't have the funding for what they're asking for. Like staff said, we have 10,000 that we can do some ground truthing with.
Is that effective to their ask though?
Staff, please.
Through Mr. Chair, I think that flushes out whether there's concerns with the data that's there or not. And I think that's the biggest piece of it.
Director Veach.
So just looking for some clarification. So looking at the letter, the overall request, they're talking about $200,000 quote to follow. And they're saying that the BC Hydro will not schedule the assessment without payment. Is that without the full $200,000 payment? And so what I'm confused on is that even if we offered them $10,000, they still got to come up with $190,000.
No.
No,
We're not
okay.
offering them $10,000. We're saying we'll go out and ground truth everything to verify what whoever puts out these maps is saying. This isn't about Northwest Del.
Okay, thank you. That's the clarification I was looking for.
Director Kralka.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, it's just to clarify if the data is true or not in regards to the 50-10 in regards to funding models. That's what this would be for. And then if it doesn't, if the data is wrong, then we would all be included in the funding models.
Further comments or questions? Director Quibell, please.
So just one final point of clarification. Do we believe that if we are able to get some ground truthing done, verify that, as you know, we believe that the information that was used to make the funding decision for Northwest Health was incorrect, is there a way to then steer the course back towards reinstating their funding? Because I think that's the real argument here, is there are millions of dollars of funding on the table that were pulled out from under them based on data we believe is wrong. So,
Well, according to our presentation this morning, they think it's all incorrect, but I'll ask staff. Staff, where do you think?
agreed, yeah.
Through Mr. Chair to Director Quibell, that's the intent. I don't know how much leverage we would have through the work that we do, but maybe Trevor is better to speak to if we had good ground truthing as to what that brings for opportunities.
Staff, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, that is correct. So my understanding is that Northwest Health currently has an application in, and 101 was excluded. So now there's a hole in the area. And the idea here is to bring it back into eligibility so that they qualify for the Universal Broadband Fund grant. So that is the purpose or the idea here.
Further comments?
That's not the ask.
No, go ahead, Dan, please.
That's not the ask in the letter. They want considerably more money than that, so either we just receive this letter for information or let it die or communicate with them, but they're asking for a lot more than that.
Well, wish of the board. Receive for information. The motions that staff has given me really doesn't have anything to do with what they're asking.
No.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please, staff.
So you received it for discussion? Yes. And if you don't want to make any other additional recommendations, that's up to the board.
To the letter.
Yeah, if you don't want to do anything else, you can just move on.
No.
You've discussed it. It's up to the board.
I want to put these recommendations on the floor. Okay, we've discussed the letter. No further discussions on the letter. I'll put my recommendations. 1, data gathering, ISED update, that the regional board authorize staff to initiate a detailed assessment of internet service levels in 101, including the submittal to challenge to Innovation, Science, and Economic Development Canada.
I'll second that, Chair.
Director Quibell, discussion. Director Veach.
So we're asking staff to look into this, as always, whenever it comes to directing staff to do anything. I'd like to understand the capacity of staff, if this is something that,
Ground truthing.
yeah.
Staff, please.
I'll get Mr. Roulette to speak to his resources in regards to carrying out these works.
Staff, please.
Thank you. Through chair, resources are limited on the staff side. It's me. I would be looking to likely to bring in expert consulting to assist with this, who have that expertise.
So then, Chair, if I may? So then that could also impact the budget
Yeah, that's,
regarding this as well.
so staff, would that come back to us with the costs before being done?
And through Mr. Chair, I think if there's a ceiling cap of the $10,000 on this, that's what it would be. The size of 101, I mean, honestly, I do believe that they figure someone can go out there and probably do this work in a day.
Director Kukalka. Nen Zabinski.
I'm sorry, I know you have two different motions there. Are we adding Tumbler Ridge on one of these?
That would be an amendment.
Okay, I'll make an amendment to add Tumbler Ridge on to this first motion with 101.
I'll second that. I was wondering where that was.
Director Coutre beat you to it, Tony.
Okay, thank you.
Comments? Call the question.
Actually, sorry.
Director Veach.
Can we put the $10,000 cap within that then? Because it technically doesn't say that.
Do we put it in this staff or is that automatic?
Well, it's all the money we have, Mr. Chair, so it's probably good to have that in there as a cap.
Okay.
So then we should add I'd like to
Make a second amendment. to
make a
cap it.
second amendment to add the cap of 10,000, yes.
Second.
Thank you, Tony. Comments?
You got two amendments on the floor.
Yeah, I know. Call the question on the second amendment of the cap of 10,000 that's in the budget. Call that question first. Oh, come on. There we go. That passes. Call the question on the first amendment to, with the inclusion of Tumbler Ridge. That passes. Call the question on the recommendation as amended. Who says Alzheimer's is setting in? That passes. Second recommendation that the regional board authorize staff to prepare a letter to Connectivity Communities BC advising that the regional board has concerns regarding the accuracy of the Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada broadband service mapping for 101 and Tumbler Ridge. Further, that the letter advise that the regional district intends to challenge the accuracy of the current service data and request that 101 and Tumbler Ridge eligibility for broadband funding be reviewed accordingly. Director Kukalka, comments? Call the question, please. And that passes. 7.4, letter from City of Prince George, read 2026 Union of BC Municipalities Resolution. Recommendation, please.
Received for discussion.
Second, Director Kukalka, call the question. That passes. Director Zabinski.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to work or have staff work in preparing a letter in regards to this concern of losing the $200 northern and rural homeowner benefit that's going to be effective in 2027. I know it's going to have a lot of effect on the communities up here and your taxation base as we move forward. And this is something that I understand that it's, in effect to offset the effects of the carbon tax. But I mean, this is something that is, I believe that is another potential tax grab that the government's looking at. And again, one user pays, and that's our taxpayers. So I would like a letter to be drawn up and support this.
Is that a recommendation?
If anyone else wants to speak about it, I'll put it as a recommendation first.
Okay.
I'll second that if it is.
Director Quaibo, comments? Director Hebert?
I think we should also do this as a co-sponsor because it'll hit everybody in our region. So I don't know how, if we just add that to it, I don't know about the mover and the seconder, if that might be an option, because I think it'll affect every one of us up here.
I like the idea. Yep.
Mover and seconder, are you okay with co-sponsoring?
Absolutely, Chair, yes.
Thank you. Further comments, questions? Staff, are you clear on the letter? Thank you. Only one thumb? That's it. Call the question, please. That passes. 8.1, reports. 8.1, Committee of the Whole recommendations from April 30th. Recommendations, please. Director Hebert.
I'll move the recommendation that the regional board set up meetings with Northern Lights College and Mascua Medical Center representatives to discuss opportunities for use of 2026 and future year funding for the healthcare scholarships under Function 180, Health-Related Services Grant and Aid.
Director Graham, discussion. Seeing none, call the question. That passes. 8.2, Electoral Area Directors Committee recommendations from May 7th, 2026. Recommendations, please. Director Hebert.
I'll move the first recommendation that the regional board authorize preparation of a report that provides a comparison of the permitted uses in the proposed zones in the draft regional zoning bylaw number 2582 with the zones that exist in the 5 current zoning bylaws in effect across various portions of the regional district, and identifies by address the estimated 3% of properties where a major zoning change is proposed under the regional zoning bylaw for consideration of a future at a future electoral area directors meeting.
Director Graham, discussion. Director Kukowka.
Thanks, Chair. I guess my question would just be, I mean, I understand we've already started work on the draft zoning bylaw. How much more extra work does this add as staff had? We've seen it. How much more work does that add?
I'll ask staff for that, but this actually answers your question from earlier on. Yeah. Director, or staff, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll get Ashley to ballpark how much extra work this is.
Staff, please.
Through the chair, it's significant, I would say. There's currently 21,000 parcels in the region. So even at 3%, that's quite a significant number. Not to mention there's 5 bylaws. So recognizing that all bylaws consist of uses such as residential, commercial, industrial, but each of those bylaws had specific names for each residential zone or each commercial zone. So it's quite a bit of work to synthesize all that. So I don't have an exact number. It's going to take the time that it takes, but I wouldn't anticipate being able to present anything earlier than June, but more likely the July board meeting.
Comments?
Chair.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I acknowledge the time that has been put into this report, and I understand that most of this deals with the areas in the electoral areas, but when it goes to you guys, and then you guys talk about it, then it comes to the board, and then we have questions, and would it be, again, this is on all of this whole 8.2, would it be better to just bring it to the board so that we could all understand it at once instead of being presented to you guys and then you guys okaying it, and then we're gonna have questions that it comes to the board? I see the redundant, there's a lot of, like, if we're gonna go ahead with this, there's a lot of work. Why wouldn't we just present it all to the board at once and deal with it properly? I get it that it's in electoral areas, but I have a concern, just time.
Are you making an amendment that it comes back to the board?
Sure. Can I wasn't too sure if I could amend that.
Recommendations from EDAC have to be done by the board, so if you're making an amendment, you make an amendment.
No, I'd like to make an amendment that, Chair, that it comes forward to the board.
Thank you. Can I have a second? Director Lequer.
How do you amend that? Point of order on that. How do you amend that?
Staff, please. Well, no one threw anything at me, so I figured. Staff, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the amending motion would be that the words at a future electoral area directors meeting be replaced by at a future board meeting. Just changing where it's coming back to, amending it.
So it is permissible. Thank you. Further comments? Director Rose.
Yeah, I'd like to speak against the amendment because generally, and today's a good example, you look at our agenda today, unless we want to put it into a committee of the whole. Normally, our electoral area directors committee agendas are a lot shorter. So a lot of time was spent on these resolutions at our last meeting. I don't know if the board has that kind of time in a regular board meeting to devote to it. So, I mean, I have no problem with the board. It will come back to the board anyways. But if we see it first and we have some questions or suggestions on what the draft, how the draft might change, then that change in the draft will come back to the board or the requested changes. But otherwise, I don't know if I think it's kind of clunky to do it this way. Because you're still going to have to probably go back and the new changes are made to the draft and then it comes forward again to the board or whatever. We just want to understand where we're coming from, as it is zoning in the rural areas, that the questions are answered and we're able to explain to folks that have questions about what's in here. And yeah, I think it's still going to have to go back to us first, or should, before it comes to the board, just to have time to deal with it.
Director Coutre, please.
Yeah, I agree with Director Rose. I believe that the rural and their committee, when they get it, they go through it and sift through it. So, and if it's brought to us, then it's just going to add time to what we do here as a board, because we do have other things that are on our plate that we need to address. So I agree with Director Rose.
Director Kukalka.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I appreciate Director Rose's comments. I look at it in more or less in the same view or the same lens that I don't live out in the electoral area. You know, I try to get out there and meet residents when you can, when you guys have open houses. But when you talk, whether that's Charlie Lake or whatever electoral area, they see the electoral area directors. That's what they're doing. That's their job, is to make sure that the criteria is going to fit for that electoral area, and for it to be weighed out in a regular board meeting. Prescribed change in one of the electoral areas that I don't even know about. How do I vote either opposed or in favor? And then now I got lots of questions of why would we do it for that one, but not in this electoral area. So to me, I think it gets flushed out in electoral area directors' meetings. Then they make the changes or see the changes that may need to be done in those certain electoral area and bring it back. I can't support the amendment.
Further comments? Call the question on the amendment, please. That fails. Further comments on the recommendation on the floor? Seeing none, call the question, please. That passes. Recommendation 2. Director Rose.
I'll move recommendation 2 that the regional board authorize staff to provide a list of new regulations and regulatory changes proposed in the regional zoning bylaw for information at a future electoral area directors committee meeting.
Director Ebert, discussion. Call the question. Passes. Recommendation 3, please.
Make the recommendation that the regional board authorize staff to provide information on any study areas that may be permitted in the regional zoning bylaw for consideration at a future electoral area directors committee meeting.
Director Graham, discussion. Call the question. Passes. Recommendation 4, please. Director Hebert.
Move recommendation 4 that the regional board authorize staff to investigate opportunities to permit additional uses on agriculturally zoned land that is not within agricultural land reserve in lieu of alignment with the agricultural land reserve restrictions and permissions, and further that the information be provided for consideration at a future electoral area directors committee meeting.
Director Graham, discussion. Call the question. Passes. Recommendation 5, please. Director Ebert.
I'll move the recommendation that the regional board authorize staff to undertake a financial analysis as a first step in determining the feasibility of establishing Office of Fire Commissioner recognized rural fire protection services in Presbyterian and Rose Prairie areas.
Director Graham, you're seconding? Okay. Sorry about that. I got behind. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question, please. That passes. 8.3, Delegated Letters of Support Policy. Recommendation. Director Graham.
Thank you. That the regional board adopt the delegated letter of support policy number 0340-098 as presented, which authorizes staff to prepare and the chair to sign on behalf of the regional board letters of support that are time sensitive and do not include any funding request or financial, legal, or operational commitment by the regional district without requiring a regional board resolution.
Director Hebert, discussion. Call the question. Passes. 8.4, general local election and assent voting recommendations, please. Three of them. Director Hebert.
Move recommendation number 1 that the regional board appoint Tyra Henderson as chief election officer and Michael McLean as deputy chief election officer for the 2026 general local government election and for all assent voting taking place at the time of the local government election, including the proposed new service functions for Electoral Area C water service, Electoral Area D water service, and Electoral Area E water service, and any additional assent voting authorized by the regional board to be held on October 17th, 2026, subsequent to this appointment.
Director Rose, discussion. Call the question. Passes. Recommendation 2, please.
I'll move recommendation 2 that the regional board authorize the notice of assent voting for Electoral Area C Service Establishment Bylaw number 2602-2026, Service Electoral Area D Service Establishment Bylaw number 2603-2026, and Electoral Area E Service Establishment Bylaw number 2604-2026, include a synopsis of the bylaw as permitted under the Local Government Acts 176.4 and 5.
Director Graham, discussion. Call the question. That passes. Recommendation 3, please. Director Hebert.
I'll move the third recommendation that the regional board approve the following election official pay rates exclusive of mileage and meal allowances, which will be paid at the prevailing Peace River Regional District rate for the 2026 general local election and beyond. Presiding election official, $25 an hour. Alternate presiding election official, $23 an hour. Election official, Pole Creek, $20 an hour. Sorry, clerk, not creek.
Director Rose, discussion. Oh, you're close. Call the question. And that passes. 8.5, 2025 Peace River Regional District financial statements. Recommendations, please. 2 of them. Director Graham.
Thank you. That the regional board accept the draft 2025 Peace River Regional District financial statements effective May 14th, 2026.
Director Hebert, discussion. Director Rose, please.
Yeah, I just, listening to the auditor there, I had kind of my ears perked up when I saw the surplus of $166 million, or 162, I guess, accumulated surplus. And it wasn't that clear about where the money came from, so I just asked the question, is the money destined for budget, is that budgeted money destined for reserves? Is that where that money came from?
Staff, please.
So is this a question, do you remember which slide, or was this a question for the auditor, or is it something?
No, it's a question for I guess, for Carrie,
Because it,
for staff.
depending on the slide,
So it was.
I'm trying to
page
remember the
6,
number, but there was a
page 6.
significant amount of money for operating and capital reserves.
So they had a list of all the reserves. There was a total, but it didn't come up to that
Okay.
amount. But there was a page 6 on the report. It was 166,000, and there was an unappropriated surplus in there also of about, I'm guessing, I think it was around 18,000, and I had a question on that as well.
we'll just get Carrie to pull it up, see what she can find for you there.
She's got it.
Just give us a sec.
Through the chair, we've got $90 million in reserves, so operating maintenance reserves, capital, and special purposes. And then we've got $14.2 million, and that is our unappropriated surplus. And that's for our general operating expenses. That's the money we bring every year to our functions. And then we have $58 million of equity and tangible capital assets as well.
So I guess my question was, so that the first number then is what the budgeted portion of the reserves, and the rest was for income, I guess, that earned income off of assets or disposal of assets.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. Because it doesn't really explain it to me anyways.
Further comments? Call the question, please. Director Leclerc? Okay, yes and yes. Recommendation 2, please. Director Ebert?
I'll move recommendation to the regional board approve the draft 2025 Peace River Regional District financial statements as presented as the final financial statements of the year ended December 31st, 2025, effective May 14th, 2026. Further, that the chair and chief financial officer be authorized to sign the 2025 Peace River Regional District financial statements.
Director Coutray? Discussion? Call the question, please. That passes. 8.6, grant request YMCA BC. Recommendation, Director Kukauka, please.
Yeah, I'd like to recommend that the board waives policy, section 4.2, maximum funding cap of $75,000 per application. And section 4.9D, application deadline of December 31st. And fund the Fort St. John Foundry project for $250,000 out of function 180.
Director Coutray, discussion. Seeing none, call the question.
I'm sorry, Chair, and I'm for the motion, but was that coming out of function 180? Was that included in that?
Staff, please.
Yes, it was
Yes.
included in the recommendation that he made, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sorry.
Forgive you this time. How are we doing? And that passes? No? Yeah, like to vote? There we go.
Through Mr. Chair, we do recognize that there will be two pieces around the waiving of the policy that will be included in that.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. That passes. 2026 UBCM minister meetings, 2 recommendations. My favorite topic. I'll get duct tape for you. Recommendations, please. And what's our deadline? Sorry to staff. It's beginning of June, isn't it? Early in June.
So, Mr. Chair, for minister meetings, it's June 24th. For staff meetings, it's August 5th.
Thank you. Director Kukalka.
Okay, that the regional board identify up to 7 priority minister meetings with a maximum of 3 topics per meeting to be requested through the 2026 Union of British Columbia Municipalities Convention process, and the meetings be priorities based on strategic importance.
Second anywhere?
How many ministers are there?
Take the amendment.
Actually, there's about 23, actually.
There's his sense of humor.
About 23. Second by Director Lequer. Discussion. Discussion.
Sure.
Director Lequer, please. Seeing none, call the question. Well, I guess I should have asked for names and topics there. How do you want to do this, staff? Now we do the list or go through the 2 recommendations first?
Well, Mr. Chair, it'd be fantastic if you could get your 7 minister top,
My 7.
the boards.
He's sitting over here
Seven
giggling
minister
away.
Meetings and 3 topics per each. meeting.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Okay, that'll maybe make that recommendation 3. Can I do that? Get through this? Recommendation 2, please. That's our MLAs.
Oh, Chair.
Yep.
That the regional board invite both Larry Neufeld for the Peace River South and Jordan Keeley, Peace River North, members of the Legislative Assembly, to all 2026 Union of British Columbia Municipality Convention minister meetings upon confirmation and approval of the meeting requests.
Director Graham, discussion? Call the question, please. That passes. So if we put the list together now, today, 7 with topics, we're done? Or will we have
Come
another?
back next meeting for
Next meeting for prioritize? Okay, thank you. Prioritize and topics, and what do
And
we
if
get
you
them
have-
in?
And if you have more than 7 today, which is likely, then we'll bring them back and the board can choose the top 7.
And between now and the next meeting, can we send them in, or you want them all today?
If you think of anything new,
No?
between today and
Okay.
and the next agenda deadline, which would be Tuesday at 2:00 next week, if you sent it to myself or Tyra, we'll
Okay.
make sure that it goes on the list.
Thank you. Recommendation of 7 minister meetings. Start your list.
I think, I'm not too sure if it's the Minister of Infrastructure and Minister of Finance, but regarding the PST, I definitely think that we should go down and have a conversation about that.
Minister of Finance.
Yeah, about the PST on capital projects that could be affecting and Like, that has a massive effect on every single one of us. And I think we have an opportunity at this board table to bring those concerns forward. So that's one of my recommendations.
Minister of Finance, that would be a topic. Anybody have other topics for Minister of Finance at this time? No other topics at this time? Okay. Next Minister, Director Kukalka, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Actually, I don't have one yet. I'll wait. But I just want to make a comment that I also think if whatever ministries we pick, we should also be asking to meet with staff the week before. This year for the UBCM, they've changed it. Staff is the week before, and then the minister meeting. And I think it's going to be important to meet with staff first, give them what we're looking for, and then we have the minister meeting, and then we get all the information back for that minister at that meeting.
Okay, then before we go any farther, I'll ask, if you're putting forward a minister and you also think we should be meeting with staff, let's do it all at once, and then staff, we can separate it out. Yes, no?
Sure, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind everybody that that is a board meeting week, an interprovincial meeting on Friday, and I believe it's also a short week to start with. So it leaves a couple of days for staff meetings.
Okay, thanks, Director Kukalka.
Yeah, I guess my only comment there is they're all by Zoom.
Yeah.
With staff. Staff meetings are all Zoom. And I think you'll be able to get your information on, and I think they're trying something new, is my understanding. So actually, when you get in front of the ministers, the minister is not, read what we've sent, and then, okay, yeah, we're going to look into that. And they're going to actually have everything hopefully right there for us this time. We'll actually get maybe something to bring back to the regional district.
But
my thoughts.
As staff said, that's a short week. We have an interprovincial and a board meeting that week also. It's going to be tough. Director Zabinski, please.
Thank you. I concur with Director Kukalka. I was going to bring that up, but thanks for bringing that up, Director Kukalka, in regards to getting hold of staff. I would like to hear what ministers I saw the report, what ministers you met with, but what do we want to have a follow-up to meet with them again, or what we can throw to the side before we start making these recommendations? So I would look to Chair to maybe give us a little guidance on if there's anything that we should follow up on, or it's no sense meeting with that minister before we throw out XYZ minister. Thank you.
One, I'd keep Minister of Health on there, obviously, long-term care, youth mental health and addictions, staff shortage. I mean, we can go on and on with Minister of Health, but I think we have to stay in front of the Minister of Health for one. Yeah, these meetings that we had in April, they were all good, really good meetings. Help me out, guys. Minister Environment, although staff is working or will hopefully work with their staff on the siting and permitting of landfills, I would still like to be able to bring back waste energy or waste to heat. Just because we have never really had a good talk with this minister. I think it's time to reinvent that conversation.
Minister of Agriculture.
Minister of Ag, yeah, I'd like to get that one. Director Rose and Director Hebert really led on that with the water and the elk issue. So we'd like to keep that one in front. Minister of Infrastructure, Director Rose, Hebert, what do you guys think about Minister of Infrastructure?
Yeah, I think because they play a big part in Peace Villa, so I think we can't drop that one. And I know it ties in with health as well. So I know with that ministry being new, it seems like they tie into a few other ministries. So I think making sure that they're always involved in those discussions as well.
Okay, staff, you keeping up? Director Graham.
Well, I wanted to bring up again, because the pressure's been on them, but the Minister of Transportation around Highway 29 and that hill, and just generally roads in the Peace region.
Yep.
Right? So I know you met with them, but I think we got to keep the pressure on them on this.
Minister of Energy, we just got 4 new approval projects, 3 of them which are in my area. So we can't let it, we weren't able to meet with him when we were down there this last time, but I think we got to keep meeting with him.
Yes, I agree.
I tend to agree, but he was pretty clear last year, and
yeah, it doesn't
down pretty much immediately. I thought that was a waste.
Doesn't mean we give up, because As Director Hebert said, they announced 4 more yesterday. 3 of them are up here, but 3 that we already knew. But they don't really say they're approved. What they say is Hydro has signed an agreement with them. Doesn't mean they've gone through the process yet.
Yeah.
So we need to stay on top of that. Other comments, Director Beach, and then Krakauka, please.
I would also was thinking, I just met with MLA Neufeld last night, and he really talked about us all bringing up the Taylor Bridge project as well. That is something that they're really, really fighting for. And so, yeah, we should definitely add that to the Ministry of Transportation topic.
Any other ministers? Darrell?
Yeah, I would say, and I'm not sure how it works, but I mean, it's probably something I can look into. I think if we meet with Minister of Transportation, we should try to add and see if Ministry of Forest would join the same meeting. And I think there could be an ask with both ministers in the room, and when it comes to clearing the lines or clearing the ditches on beside the highways. One, it's obviously for sightlines of animals, but it's also a fire break. So they could actually clean it a little bit deeper, including the Minister of Energy, because of with BC Hydro's poles. I mean, we've had 3 fires, I'd say late fall last year. It was all due to down power lines.
Yeah.
So if they clear it further back, it becomes a bigger break beside the highway, as we see, the fires. But
Well, that could be,
I don't know how that works, if they'll do it, but I mean, obviously.
that could be a topic, an add-on topic for the Minister of Transportation, but I was going to add Minister of Forest, because in our meetings in April, they said they were working on quite a few things as far as harvesting burn areas, looking at annual cuts that would, and working with Western Forest Products in Chetwynd. So I'd like to meet with Minister of Forest and an update on all those topics. Oh, we still got 14 to go before we run out of ministers. We'd start in Alberta, I guess. I don't know.
Until it comes forward.
Any further topics, ministers? Okay, seeing no further, you've got till Tuesday morning? 2 p.m.? You got till Tuesday at 2 p.m. to let staff know if you have any other ministers or topics. No, we're not voting on anything. This is just, no, I didn't think so. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, Director.
Can we add Premier Eby there? And I mean, once we talk at the next meeting, it'd be nice to get his meeting last. So we can say what you can say, I shouldn't say we, what we discussed and what we're looking for at the end result to bring back something for the regional district.
Okay, Mr. Eby. Okay, Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Okay, everybody? No, that's 8.8. Request to waive minimum parcel frontage, Peace River Regional District. That'd be mine. That the Regional Board approve the request to waive the 10% minimum parcel frontage for proposed Lot 3 on the subject property identified as PID 025220811 within the Peace River Regional District zoning bylaw number 1343, 2001, as the proposed access of plus or minus 33 meter wide and can therefore accommodate adequate access. Director Hebert, discussion. Call the question, please. Catch up. That passes. 8.9 we did. 8.10. Non-farm use within the ALR, Peace River Regional District, file number 26001. Director Graham, please.
Thank you. That the Regional Board support agricultural land reserve non-farm use application number 26-001 ALR NFU to bring an unattended waste transfer station into compliance with the Agricultural Land Commission Act and regulations on a plus or minus 0.0251 hectare portion of the property identified as 19400 Milligan Creek Road, and authorize the application to proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission.
Director Hebert, discussion. Call the question, please. That passes. 8.11, agricultural land reserve exclusion application. That the regional board support agricultural land reserve exclusion application number 26001 ALREX to exclude lots 1 and 2 identified as PID 029005388 plus or minus 10.01 hectares and PID 029005396 plus or minus 23.1 hectares, and authorize staff to submit the application to the Agricultural Land Commission in accordance with the development application procedures, fees, and delegation bylaw number 2558, 2024. Further, that the submission of the Agricultural Land Reserve exclusion application to the Agricultural Land Commission be withheld until such time as the applicant has entered into a suitability worded covenant to require vegetative buffering along the southernmost parcel line in accordance with the Ministry of Agriculture's Guide to Edge Planning as required by the North Peace Fringe Area Official Community Plan.
Big one.
Yeah, try it from my end. Director Hebert. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question, please. That passes. Bylaws, none. New business. Director Graham, you have one.
Yeah, thanks.
Regarding the press.
Regarding Presbyterian scale.
Thank you. Director Hebert, call the question, please. That passes. Director Graham, please.
Thank you. I'd like put a motion on the floor that the regional board authorize that the scale located at the Presbyterian transfer station be placed temporarily in service from May 14th to July 9th, 2026 to support agricultural producer operations in the North Peace on the conditions that any costs associated with maintaining the scale's operations for this purpose be funded through Rural Budget Administration Committee utilizing Area B grant opportunities.
Director Kukalka, discussion? Call the question.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Tony. Sorry, buddy.
Sorry, I was trying to get my button there. Sorry, Chair.
Just yell.
Thank you. Just through you on this motion, I heard that the through Area B funding, he's going to look after that, and this would be just temporary. Is there a maximum dollars on this to be brought up? Have we got a quote on what it's going to cost to bring this up, or are you okay with that, Director?
Director?
Yeah, no, so the scale is fully operational right now. It's just actually turned off because we're no longer going to be using it for the transfer station. But the Farmers Institute is who has requested the use of this to, like, through their seeding operations. So, and my understanding from staff that any operation of it for this time period would be next to nothing, like some electricity. So.
Thank you for that clarification.
Further comment? Damn it. Seeing none, call the question, please. Board appointments, nothing changed there, staff? Consent calendar. Give me a second, I thought I saw something on there. I heard that. I guess not. Consent calendar, anybody want to lift something? Seeing none. Adoption of the consent calendar, please. Director Kukowka, Director Dober, call the question. That passes. Strat plan all up. Communication update. Comments, questions? Chair's report. Deadbeat hasn't done anything yet. Notice of motion? Oh, you good? Media questions. We were done with closed. Anything to board, last chance. We are adjourned.